Well, cheers, everybody. How y'all doing today? Yes, I am a little early, so welcome to Bourbon Neophyte. Yes, I'm sure you've seen that thumbnail, and it's not bourbon tonight. Can you believe I'm going to talk about scotch? Yes, yes, it's true. I am going to talk about some scotch. Some of you find it hard to believe, but that's just the way it goes. So, yes, scotch, 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 scotch tonight. So I am happy that you guys all have shown up today. Let me take care of something while I'm thinking about it because it never fails. This thing will start either ringing or chiming or beeping or something like that while I'm sitting here beating my gums. Hope you all are having a good evening. I didn't know was it it's bourbon night or something like that was on today. I just caught that earlier and I'm like, I go, why is it that sometimes on YouTube I get every notification under the sun? And then there are days it's like not one pop up. Have no idea, no rhyme, no reason, can't figure it out. But anyway, I'm not dwelling on it tonight. Well, I guess you guys know there's no live wire tonight and you're stuck with me. It is what it is, people. But I do appreciate you all coming. Sugar Kitty, see you here. Thank you very much for showing up. Mr. Reynolds, cheers. Eric, cheers. Hey, Slapshot, great to see you here. Thank you very much for showing up. Hey, Gandy, cheers. Glad to see you here. Thank you very much for popping in. Here we go. Canada is in the house. What's up, Alex? Hope you're having a good evening. And I saw your Glencairn float, if that's what you want to call that. But I would make one small recommendation. I would make that float a little bigger, almost like a pontoon with a board. Because I don't know, I was watching that Glen on there, and man, I don't know. I wouldn't have that thing far from my reach because it would be a shame to waste that whiskey. That's all I'm saying. Do what you want, but I think you need to make it a little bigger. Of course, that's probably what she said too, but we won't go there. Jack, what's up, man? Always great to see you here, Jacob. And it's at an hour that you can be here. That is the thing. That is the thing. But anyway, I really hope you all are doing well. And you saw the thumbnail. And I have actually had this a while, and I have shown you all this, the Tale of Tokyo from Glenmorangie. And I have the Tale of Forest, and then the two before it, Tale of Winter, and then the original, if I'm not mistaken, Tale of Cake was first. So they're limited releases by Glenmorangie. And I have tried Tale of Cake. You know, I got a pour here and there, and I thought it was great. But unfortunately, that flew off the shelf, quicker than candy at Halloween. So I didn't have a bottle in my collection. Then when Tale of Winter came out, I was going to buy that, but I had many people say, don't. It's just okay, but at $100 for a bottle, plus, depending upon where you are, it wasn't worth it. So then, of course, when Tale of Forest come out, and it was one of the first, let's just say, smoky Glenmorangies that had come out, well, I picked it up, brought it home, poured a few. When I say a few, it was like 3 drams, and told my wife, you need to take me back to the shop so I could pick up another one because unfortunately, that's all that's left of the one. I do have a backup, so I'm good. But what does that tell you about the Tale of Forest? The Tale of the Forest is amazing. It is a absolute delicious drop. It is still on the shelves in some places, getting a little harder to find, but it is still around. I still see it on the shelf at about between 90 and about $100, $110. It just depends on where you are. But definitely worth picking up and adding to your collection. And like I said, this is if I remember correctly, the first one they did where they smoked, smoked the malt with botanicals. I had to get that right. I had to think about it for a second, so I said it correctly. And they smoked the malt with the botanicals, and it really gave it a unique and different flavor. I mean, you're just not, how do I say this? It's delicious. But when I tell people it's unique, it's totally different than anything that you have tasted, particularly with the pine, the like juniper, kind of like mossy grassiness that's in there. But it's not overwhelming. It's not overpowering. It doesn't push out the flavors of the Scotch at all by any means. So, like I said, this is unique. This was different. And I'm so glad I've got a backup. And now I might have to get a backup for that one because this is going to go bye-bye. And then the backup comes out and then I won't have any more. So I really want to add that and have that in my collection for some time. But this one I've been wanting to get, and because of Mr. Jiggs, and he talked about it, and I'm like, God, I got to go find this. So after he tempted me and told me that he felt that it was good, that I went out and I found it and I picked it up. I actually did have a taste of this prior, and I was like, okay, it's interesting. It is intriguing. It is worthy of me picking up a bottle, pick up the box. Actually, I do like the artwork that they've done on there, and the name of the artist popped out of my head, but that's okay. If you really want to know, go to Glenmorangie. Boom, it's there. I saw it today. I just can't remember. But anyway, the bottle. I'm going to go ahead and open this bottle because as you can see, I haven't had it since I had a taste at the bottle shop that I like to go to and got to try it, which was interesting in itself because this one is, of course, ex-bourbon, ex-sherry, but finished in Mizunara cask also. So you got Mizunara, you got bourbon, and you got sherry. Well, Scotch finished in sherry, let me tell you what. Now I hear you. You said sherry and you said Scotch. There we go. Thank you, Sugar Kitty, the artist. I knew I'd talk about something going to go in there. And yes, on that Tale of Forest, yes. But you know what? It really, how do I say this? I like gin and tonic. I like gin on the rocks, particularly Bombay Sapphire with 3 olives. Perfect. Just take that vermouth, pick it up, show it to the glass, but fleeting, and then set that vermouth back down. That's it. That's all the vermouth should ever come near my gin. But anyway, it's not gin forward, but if you are a gin person, you will pick that note out of it when you drink the Tale of Forest. And again, like I said, it's unique. It's different. So, yeah, I just had to do it. I mean, I had to buy that bottle and I had to buy the backup. The artist, there you go, who had done the rendering on here, which I like, which my thumbnail, bingo, for that. I just liked it. I thought it was nice. I like the artwork that's on here also. I mean, I think it's eye-catching. I think it's neat. Hold on. Okay. Thought I had something on my clean Glen there. I'm like, oh, I can't use that. So let me pour this and give it a few minutes to do its thing in the glass. Let it open up a little bit here. Let me just set this down right here, put this up. Hey, John, glad to see you can make it, sir. Give me just a few moments. I just realized I did not pin the link. So just stand by here. We will fix that momentarily. Let me copy this. All right, I copied that. All right, so I've got that sitting in a Glen. It has a very nice golden color. That's for sure. Really like it. Let me put my Big Vic's Backyard BS cap on it because I just wanted to sit there for a few moments. Let me finish up my little bit of housekeeping here. Apologize and do me a favor. Remember, smash that like button, people. And if you are new to the channel, do me a favor. When you hit that like button, go ahead and subscribe. And remember to click on that bell so that you do get all the notifications that when I go live or do a short or post something, you will get your notification. Oh, Eric, did you pick up the Victoriana, was it? I just popped into my head. Look, free is free, Sugar Kitty. Rigged, whatever you want to call it. He has no influence on the outcome of this tasting. None whatsoever. Oh, Chris, cheers, brother. Nice to see you. I see you churning out a little content too. And look at this. Look at this. Bad Axe is in the house. Cheers, brother. Thank you very much for stopping in here, smashing that like button so hard that Big Vic feels appreciated. Anyway, let me get a sip of water here. But yeah, thank goodness to people sending me texts and chatting me up on other channels I was watching to say, hey, are you going in for Livewire? I remember Mike mentioning about a weekend. It just escaped me until people brought it to my attention. And I'm like, well, sure. Twist my arm. I'll do it. I will come on here and do that. Oh my gosh, Stacy, I want to kick myself. I knew what your stream was about. I saved my little drop here and started making dinner and had a moment and forgot. I am so sorry. I wanted to be a part of that and finish that little drop, but does not mean I cannot pop in and visit you anytime I want and we can have a pour of punching. That's for sure. But anyway, I had to say that. So I am so I know, but it's just a fact of the matter. I was so excited when I saw that. I go, oh yeah, I have to get in chat. I've got to get in chat. I got to drink some of this stuff. And I've been saving it. I have been savoring it. It's one of the best things I've had for being, what was it, weeks old? I mean, it's like, holy smokes. Anyway, sorry. I just like it. It is very, very good. Very good. I know you can't call it Irish whiskey, but it's really good. Anyway, anyhow. Oh, got people sitting down in the back already. Just sit back, pour yourself a drink. I'll get with you momentarily. Thank you, sir. Yep. That means they hear me well here. But it is an absolute must. Oh yeah. Yeah. There is no doubt about it. None whatsoever. Got to go back and check that out. That's for sure. And then was funny thing, I'm sitting here just less than a minute before the stream is starting, cameras on, I'm looking at stuff and I went, oh, I got to get my hat. So I had to run out of the room and grab my hat out of the cupboard and come back this way. It's not like I don't have one right here, but I was like, that's not the hat I wanted to wear. So anyway, I'm going to have to send up. Yes, please. Thank you. Please. Anyway, I knew I saw Jim floating around in here. Cheers, brother. Thank you for popping in here. But anyway, so let's get on to the tale of Tokyo. Maybe Mr. Jiggs will pop in here. You never know. Never know. But I don't want to, let's put it this way. I don't want to read too much into this because then it goes into some tasting notes, and I don't want preconceived notions before I get into it. So if anybody's had Glenmorangie, just the straight, boom, quintessential, here it is, base expression, then you know pretty much the flavors, and so do I. And I've only had one pour of this prior to opening this bottle. And it was, like I said, it was interesting enough for me to go, okay, I'm going to have some. So, ooh, man. Wonderful maltiness. I mean, nice nose. You get that fruit zest like lemon, orange on the nose, vanilla. I know some people say that's kind of interesting note in Scotch, but no, Glenmorangie, I get vanilla on. Yeah, a nice, rich, creamy vanilla. And if I didn't mention, 46 ABV, non-chill filtered. So the only other thing that would be nice if it actually said no color added, but I've always say I'm not a purist, so I don't care about color. It does not bother me that they add some in there. Some people, it's blasphemy. What the heck? Exactly. At $35 an intro to Scotch, life doesn't have to be exactly right. Thank you, Jeff. For 35, 40 bucks, it just depends on where you are on the price. It is an excellent, just to keep on there. I have Glenfiddich 12. People laugh at me a little bit because I like it. But again, at 35, 40 bucks for a bottle, it is well worth it. Well worth it. So I keep that on there, and it's something I just go to because it's a good sipper. Economical. Oh, speaking of that, I'll have to find it. I know it's here somewhere on the floor around, but anyway, as much floor whiskey as I pick up, I keep adding to it every time I pick it up and put it somewhere else. Got to stop that. Anyway, but on the nose, like I said, it's Glenmorangie, but there's a little wine-esque note, if that makes sense to you, wine-esque. It's you get that, I can't call it grape, but it's fresh fruit on the nose to me. So along with your normal notes of Glenmorangie. Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at this. There he is right now. Boom. Woke up from his nap. He's set and ready. There he is. He's fresh as fresh can be. What's up, Greg? All right, I got to take us. Sorry. Stop it. Move my hand off of the pad there. It is. a little bit of ethanol, but like I said, this is straight. Y'all saw me as a straight neck pour. It's been open 6-7 minutes, but it is Glenmorangie. It definitely is. Let's give a little sip here. Wow. That's yeah. You can taste the influence of the Mizunara cask. The sherry, the sweetness, absolutely right there. It is right there. A little oakiness from the bourbon, a little bit of spice. That's nice. A little bit of spice on the tongue, the way to me a rye would grab you on the sides. That's what I'm getting off of the Tale of Tokyo. And that's just the first sip. Oh my gosh, got 20 people listening to me stammer. Hey, do me a favor, people. Make sure you smash that like button. Don't hesitate to hit it so hard that Z-Man gets a bump on his forehead. That's right there. Oh, yeah. Mm. The sherry on this is fantastic. The Mizunara is different. Like I said, it gives you that wine-esque thing, that little bit of that wine-esque thing. If people like wine and like that Mizunara finish, this. I'm just going to tell you right now, this is pretty good. The sherry on there is excellent on the sweetness. It's silky on the palate in general. It has a nice mouth coating. Viscosity seems to be okay. It seems it's not thin. I'll give you that. The finish stays. The Mizunara comes through again and the back of the palate forward. It's kind of washing forward along the sides of the tongue. And the sherry is still prevalent. The vanilla is still prevalent, especially on the retrohale. A little bit of that vanilla just seems to pop up. And wow, it's different. Hey, just how's everything over there on the East Coast where you are, man? Appreciate you popping in here and visiting with us a bit. Man, I love the maltiness on this on the nose with that vanilla, like I said, but the citrus on there is like, wow. Oh man, that's butter. I don't want to say butterscotch, but buttery note with the vanilla. Now that I've had 2 sips and I'm a little acclimated to it, the nose is, oh yeah, that's just like a creamy, buttery vanilla on the nose. Maybe I should do a all rye stream for you guys on the East Coast. Well, it's 47 here right now. So yeah, it's a little chilly for us here in Vegas. And it was windy. I mean, unfreaking believable. It was windy. 30, 40 mile an hour gusts, sustained at about 10 to 15. It was awful. My backyard, my patio, holy smokes, it was blowing things over. I just said, you know what, I'm leaving it there. It'll be there tomorrow, because I think the wind's supposed to pick back up here this evening, and just, yeah, forget it. Oh my gosh. Hey, Cooler Running, cheers. Holy smokes, I have to highlight this. Look at this. Cheers, brother. Always great to see you here. And Mr. Emanecker. Cheers. All right, all right, all right. There you go. You can co-host with me, Mark. I'll let you know. We'll get out some ryes. Look at this. Look at this from down under. Cheers, Chris. Nice to see you. Yeah, I heard you talk about that, and that you have family out this way. Now, are they like South Henderson or are they North Las Vegas? I'm just trying to figure. I'm North Las Vegas, so I'm just trying to figure out there. Are they in Summerlin, something like that? But anyway, yeah, maybe we'll be able to meet up for a dram somewhere. But anyway, really nice. Really, honestly, really a nice whiskey for the money. If you guys can find it. I mean, there's just no beating around the bush here. I'm not going to beat this anymore. It's good. Matter of fact, I'm going to pour a little more in here, but I've got a couple other Glenmorangie expressions, but I don't think I need to really go to it. But I just might have to sip on this a while unless, Greg comes on and forces me to go on another path. You know what? Google that. Probably did. For sure.
Hey.
Look at this. Look at this. All these people showing up. See what happens when you open the door? See what happens?
Riffraff comes in.
They come
Here,
in.
Jim.
Man, oh day.
I
tell you what. Did you get one of these, Jim?
I have not. The only one in that series I've ever had is the first one, A Tale of Cake. I still have that bottle, actually. I don't have it with me, but
that. And one thing I want to show you, Anthony, have you ever seen? This is a Christmas thing. They do the Glenmorangie bottle,
nice,
and you got the samples in it. You got the La Santa and the Quinta in it.
Oh yeah, Quinta Reuben.
Yeah. Yeah. For $30 bucks.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't know anything, hold on, about the Quinta Reuben.
Yeah.
Wouldn't know anything about it. No.
I like there was somebody on YouTube that had a distillery tour of Glenmorangie. And it was just cool to just see the whole story behind the distillery. Because there was like barrels in the dirt. And there's all sorts of weird shit going on.
Mark, I would tell you to go ahead and pick that up. About a C note, between 90, 100 bucks, maybe 110. It just depends on where you are. I think it's a fantastic Scotch. It's different than any Scotch if you're a Scotch drinker or you're getting into Scotch. It's just different. You're not going to find that taste anywhere. I like it. So like I said, I have a little bit left, which I'll probably finish up tonight. And then I have the backup. So now, since it's still on the shelf, I'm going to have to get a backup. So I have a backup because sooner or later, it's just going to be gone. And to me, it's a good bottle to have. It's just a good bottle to have that. I really liked
it. Shit, Kitty. I don't know what the barrel in the dirt was. There's like 3 barrels they had in the dirt in the rick house. I was like, holy shit, look at this place.
Dunnage.
Drainage.
It really is, Donald. Normally, I'm not.
Well, if you're going to open the door,
some of the wine type finishes, but this is not overpowering. It's extremely fruity on the palate. Like I said, when I had that first pour at the bottle shop because of Mr. Jiggs, that kind of set the hook that it's worth me spending the money and getting it. Oh, of course, that's beautiful. Classic Lottie, please.
Not the only real Scotch I have around here.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. Now, I just saw that. I just saw that bottle, and I'm trying to remember where.
Total Wine.
Yes, I just saw that bottle. And that's John Lang, isn't it?
So Hunter Lang.
Hunter Lang. I knew it was something like that. But yeah, you got to tell me what in the heck that's like, Jim, because I have been eyeballed. There's a couple of them there. So
yeah, I think there's 4 in the series. On the box.
Yeah.
Iowa Journey, Campbelltown Journey, Hebridean Journey, and Highland Journey. But I picked this up because the price was right. I think it was even on sale. And I don't have a lot of Campbelltown in my collection, so
I'm going to tell you what. I missed the sample of that, although because it's one of their brands, if they have a bottle open, they'll open it. But generally, if I'm there and they don't, they'll go ahead and grab one off the shelf and open it up for me so I can get a taste of it. But I didn't pop down there today or yesterday at all. I went to Liquor Lineup 2 over here, and I went over there, and they had an Ocean's store pick that sold out like it was free gas about 2 years ago. It was one of the first picks they did. So they were at the original Liquor Lineup, and I guess someone misplaced a whole case or so of it, and it got pushed way back in the shelf. So I actually got a nice little pour of it this weekend and to revisit it and try it. And I'm not a fan of Ocean's whiskey just because it rocks in a boat for how many months is fine. But the majority of those barrels that sit out there, they must get seasick because I'm not fond of the whiskey. But this one was really good, and they opened a bottle to sample. And so I sampled a nice little pour out of that thing. It was nice. I forgot what it tasted like. I remembered the bottle when I saw the tater sticker on it. And I go, where the hell did you find that? But anyway, really.
No, Greg.
You all right there, Jim?
Yep. Just really thick foil, Greg.
Oh, okay. This is a fruit vanilla bomb. That's what I said. The fruit and vanilla on this thing is amazing. And I can only imagine what would happen. Give this some time to open up. Wow. This will definitely be I'm going to have to top this glass off because this is really nice. Really nice.
What other tales are there? And that bottle was next to it, Tales of the Forest, and there was something next to it that was, I don't remember what it was.
Tale of Winter. And then Tale of Cake was first.
There was Tale of Cake, Tale of Winter, Tale of Forest.
Yep. And then this one.
Oh, wow.
Tale of Tokyo.
Is that in a white box with like orange and red on it?
Yep, that's Tale of Winter.
Yeah.
The orange and white.
More green stuff on the florist box, I remember.
Yeah. The orange and white is, that one's like orange, green, and white. The Tale of Winter
the bottle
is
side was the one
like
showing.
Blue, orange, and white.
This is Tale of Forest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if that's still there and you're thinking about it, I'm going to tell you to pick it up. I mean, it's up to you, but it's so unique. It's
I don't know if I want to
different.
try and venture down that Scotch trail because,
It's a wormhole. I got you. I totally understand. I got you. But it's just one of those things that I would say if you're not planning on going down the wormhole, if you just want to have something unique and different.
Is it peaty?
No, it's not like that. But it is the malt is smoked with botanicals, woodland botanicals. So they call it peat-esque, or it'll even mention peat when they talk about it.
Fresh moss from the forest.
It's not peat like you think of Laphroaig Ardbeg or Highland Park, so on and so forth. No, it's not. It's just really, really good. Really good. That's for sure. But anyway, so like I said, you don't want to go down that wormhole. Totally get it. But let me just say it is definitely worth adding just because of what it is. They've not made anything like this before, and they may not do it again. So this is the first one, the way that this was prepared, Tale of Forest, that they've ever done, to my knowledge, right now. Hey, look who has showed up to the game. Cheers, man. What's going on, Andrew? But drinking what? Oh, Macallan 12.
Macallan 12 Sherry cask.
That's good. You know, I've had Macallan 12, and I thought it was good, but it didn't make me want to run and buy a bottle at like $70 or $79, something like that, when I had my pour of it. And I was like, yeah, it's good. I still don't own it. But I just never went and got one. Have you ever had the Glenmorangie 13 Mizunara? No, but I've heard about it, and I have not seen it here. And that's one thing about up in Canada, even versus down here. You're going to get some things that I just don't see. And if they come over here, they're very few and far between. Yeah, Jim shaking his head. He hadn't seen it either.
No, I'm shaking my head because if you haven't seen it by now, you probably won't. It was released, I think, 4 years ago, and it has since been discontinued. So if you see it on a shelf at $100 or less, it's a buy. You won't be disappointed. But if you haven't seen it yet, you won't.
Yeah, I'm sure of that, unless you've just happened to come across it somewhere in travels, and it's just been sitting on their shelves for 2 or 3 years. Yeah, Cake Winter Forest in Tokyo. Yep. Just poured the Glen Scotia Victoriana Fabulous Scotch. Yes, JD Bourbon Approach will, and Ken from Scotch Down Under absolutely will agree with you. I will too. That's for sure. Mr. Hall, there he is. Evening. There you go. There you go. Buy. It is. If you find it, buy it. Buy it. So what'd you put in your glass, Z-Man?
Early times bottom bond, brother.
Oh, okay. There you go.
That's a big garbage.
That's good garbage show.
Don't buy it. Don't buy this.
Yeah, I tell everybody the same thing.
Don't ever drink this shit either.
No, but it is less filling.
Yes, sir.
Tastes great. No, I lied. It does not taste great. It tastes like shit. Sorry. Maybe less filling, but it doesn't taste good.
No. Well, that's just it. The lighter the beer, usually most of them have very little taste.
For all you bougie people out there, this is what I started with. So,
where'd you find that?
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Nope.
I found one bottle at my store, and I had to buy it off of the internet to get it. And it was $80. And then when I went back to it a week later, it was gone. And yes, that was too much money, but it's my money.
It is. You spend
First
it on
bottle I bought, I spent $100 on. I was like, why? Then later I found one for like 50, and then I won one from Winter Whiskey. So the 3 bottles of Eagle Rare I got for what I spent was about right.
Yeah. And I've been very lucky. Really fantastic bottles of it when I've opened.
They're around Vegas, aren't they? They show up.
Yeah. Well, that once they hit the shelves, the taters are on them like a fly on shit.
Oh.
They grab them, and they're going for almost $100 a bottle here.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not going to pay it. I have one open, and I've got one up on the safe up here, and I just happened to buy that one for $40. And I've had it for a couple of years, but yeah, I'm not going to spend $100 on a $40 bottle. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Same thing with my E.H. Taylor small batch, which I love as a sipper, but I'm not paying the $100.
Cheers, Taylor.
They're going for around here.
No.
And I have two, so I'm good.
Well,
I've got one open, and I've got one to back it up. If I find one for, $40, $50, I might think about it, but I'd probably pass. but that's it. That'd be the highest I go.
Nancy, I think the thing to always remember is people always want to know the review and shit or whatever, but there's people that can't get Buffalo Trace.
I know. Yeah. My nephews back east, they say, "Oh my gosh, it's like $50 a bottle," and I go, "What?
Cheers,
That's
John.
a $30 bottle all day long."
And if I could get it for $25, I'm gonna sip it till it's gone. And I've had issues where it's gone for like 2 months.
Well, the standard Buffalo Trace. I mean, I know I shit on it from time to time, but it's an okay bottle for $25.
Yeah,
it's not stellar. The picks are really a tad better. You get a little more flavor out of the picks because it's a single barrel.
They take the woody out of the picks, because I gave Buffalo Trace to one of my camping buddies who doesn't drink whiskey, and I'm like, "What do you taste?" And he goes, "I taste wood." I'm like, "Really? You taste anything else?" And he's like, "No." He goes, "Give me another pour." I'm like, yeah.
Cheers there, Tater Dom. I saw you popped in there, but I got to beat my gums.
Cheers, great job.
So appreciate you.
Those are rocks then?
Nobody's would be disappointed with Victoriana.
That's where I'm starting tonight.
There you go. That's like one of my favorite.
All right, it's a great pour.
Sippers. Yeah. I mean, it's sitting right up there, next to the Glencaddam 10.
Yep.
Buffalo Trace leaders all over around here right now. Yep. Buffalo Trace Ferry showed up to Indianapolis. Yeah, you might as well, if you like it, grab yourself an extra one.
It was $42 for a handle of Buffalo Trace in Indianapolis a couple of years ago.
That's not bad.
Yeah, the last one I got.
For a handle,
$42. Shit, yeah. That's
might have been 44, but whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a good price. When he comes to visit, he can't buy it where he lives. He was full.
And I thought I was taking over the stream, Anthony. And
what's that?
All the Buffalo. I thought I was taking over the stream. I'm sorry for just my Buffalo Trace brand. But I'm looking at people in chat because people want to hear, well, how can you get it? How come nobody else gets it? Well,
well, it's just it. Like I said, my nephews have a heck of a time getting it in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but it's there. But it's $20 more than I pay for it. And I'm like, oh, gosh, it's sacrilege. But I tell them, I go, if they're coming out here,
$25 for that is worth it.
Yeah, like I said, I talk shit on it, but it's not bad. It's just not my cup of tea. But the pick that I have, I like a lot better than the regular Buffalo Trace. They just be a little sweeter. They just seem to be they just have a little more flavor than the standard. And it's like I said, it's the single barrel. You bought the barrel, they bottled it for you, boom. But my thing is why are you bottling it at, what is it, 90 proof, 92 proof or something like that? Come on. Knock that sucker up to 100 at least. But that's a rant. Sorry.
It's smooth going down. And what I like is it's like if it's the first pour after you just got out of work. It's a cherry bomb. You just smell it. Just come out.
Oh yeah. It has some flavor. I mean, it's there. It's there. But what I'm drinking right now, it's twice the price at least. But this just knocks its socks off with the sherry bomb. I mean, this is fantastic.
Well, I told you that I saw that bottle on SoCal, and the price on it was $115. And to me, it's a buy because I just want to get that.
Did you say 115?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I wanted to make sure you didn't say 150. That's why I leaned in there and said, okay. Don't say 150, leave it.
No. And Mr. Diggs was the one that turned me on to the SoCal prices. So I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll grab it.
Let's see what we got here. I only drink Buffalo Trace like Bear Grylls when dehydrated.
Okay, Alex.
Yeah. Well done. So I picked up the oh my God, not Heaven Hill.
McKenna?
Nope. We're all on the same line. The
Ball,
17,
ball.
17.
92.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No. Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
The
Excuse me.
Sounds like two words. Starts with
it's like $24 a bottle. The veterans one, the not
Evan
Maple.
Williams.
Evan
Evan
Williams.
Williams.
Thank you. I would have got it.
The
It was
Heroes
coming.
Edition or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You gave us a hint.
Finally stumbled upon it here.
Yeah,
So
that's really
nice.
good too for
well,
the price. Yeah,
people are catching on with it now. And hey, cheers,
I think
man.
they're gone around here.
All right.
No, they're
Thank
well,
you.
people don't know what it is here yet.
Yeah, the regular
And so
ones
when
are
I
down
was
there
at
now.
the shop
The heroes are gone.
yesterday, they're selling them with that an Elijah Craig 8 or 9 year old and some tequila, I forget, for like $120. So
Yeah,
that
the old
Elijah
triple.
Craig and this tequila, like I said, it's $120. You get all 3 bottles, which is a decent price.
Which
It's just
bottle?
The Evan Williams,
Must be expensive tequila.
the Elijah Craig private barrel. It's an 8 or 9 year, and then this.
Oh, it's a private barrel.
Tequila.
Which Evan Williams bottle?
Barrel strength. The Heroes
It's
Edition.
The Heroes Edition.
Oh, the Heroes Edition. Yeah, that bottle's like
1783
$17.
Heroes Edition.
It's 25 around here.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it around here yet.
I went through a bottle that I didn't notice any difference in the flavor between them, but yeah, easy drinker though for sure.
Everybody I've talked to that has it and drinks it, they said it is actually really good. They says, for the money, it's really good. It's a nice drinker. So I finally fell across it, $24. So I picked it up, and I'm like, I know it's here. And that's why I was like, where did I put that? I know where it's at. It's next to the other bottle I picked up. So
damn it, Mark. Where'd you find that bottle at?
Blanton's. Mark falls into Blanton's like he steps into shite.
There's somebody in chat that said they were buying Blanton's at Walmart for $60.
Yeah. Oh, I have missed it, but it's like 60.
Costco has it too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Certain Costco's and stuff, but here our Walmart sells booze, and they had it in there, but it's always gone. But it's right around that price, $60 to $70. But I can go to the shops here when they have it, and they ask me, "Hey, do you want your Blanton's?" I go, "Not me, not me." But I actually drank a store pick of Blanton's, and I'm like, "Boy, this is peculiar. Why do I know this?" I said, "But it's tasty." I go, "But it's thin." I said, "But it's okay." I go, "It's not too bad." So they told me, and I go, I knew I recognized the taste. I said, but this one's not bad. So this one's a pick that's coming out at Liquor Lineup 2 here. And it should be about the time you get here in January, February at Liquor Lineup 2 at Ann and Decatur.
Well, I'm gonna need all the places to hit up. So my uncle and family live in Silverado Ranch. It's just south of the Strip, not far south, like 10 minutes.
They're what I call Henderson way. So that's all I need to know. I'm the opposite end of the world.
You said North Vegas, right?
I'm in North Las Vegas, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that can't be more than a half an hour, depending on timing.
About 25 miles from where, let's just say they are. Yeah. So
okay,
if you're, let's just say you hit the 215 and just go the long way around, I call it, rather than avoid the 15 and all that mess.
Yeah. Nobody cares if we go 100 miles an hour, though, right? It's Nevada.
No, just stay in the left lane and just keep going. You'll be fine.
There you go.
Yeah,
I'll bring my mass hole with me.
There you go. There you go. But the Liquor Lineup that's on my side of town, the 2, Chris and Lil have been there. Shane's been there. Stahl's been there. Women of Whiskey. We've all been through there. Big Vic, Stanley. We all were there. There, it's a nice shop. Owner's good, reasonable prices. I don't get MSRP in this state, so he's not literally bending people over the barrel, charging secondary for things.
Yeah, I heard you guys all talking about Eagle Rare, and I'm like, it seems like it's everywhere in Mass.
Yeah.
Like, everywhere. It's like $40 everywhere.
I mean, for a while you couldn't find it, and now it's just you turn around. Oh, hey, Eagle Rare.
And $40, that's what it should be.
It's a great price for $40 for that bottle.
Yep. Yes.
It's $80 in Arizona.
Wow. Well, like I said, you can get those bottles here for $100, depending upon where you go. But
so I was at some podunk liquor store yesterday. They had some bottles cheap. I think they're starting to get wise to things. And yesterday, the prior store, for a bottle of Stag was $400. I was like laughing.
Oh. Sold. Wow. Sold.
Right. So the store I went to last night after that one, pretty reliable. They were looking for $199, and I was like, they had two bottles. They were both the 23A. And after talking to the guy for like 15 minutes, he sold me a bottle for $150, which I want the 23A, and I don't want to pay $200 for it. So
exactly.
So I got that done yesterday. Obviously you like to find it for MSRP, but a lot of the stores up here, they hold those bottles for like their raffles and their events
to get my local to come in.
Yeah, my local store has a big event in May, and there's a big raffle, like the bottles, you get tickets and entries and stuff. And last year I bought a block of 25 tickets and used it as like a client event as a realtor. And I took all the extra tickets for myself, and I got the opportunity to buy an EH barrel proof and a Thomas Handy. So, that little trickery worked out real well for me.
Well,
so
you deserve it.
Hey,
it's Gimpy.
Yeah. At first, when I saw the picture,
rich coming from you, Jim.
when I first saw you in there, I'm looking at almost 292 days. I'm like, what? And that's why I leaned in. I went, oh crap, that's Chris.
Well, that's how long it is before we're back in Vegas.
I got you. That's why I said it took a second. About 292 days. Like I said, when I leaned in and I looked at the picture, I went, oh, that's Chris. I had to play it in my head a couple times, but here, same thing. The liquor lineup, they'll hold a couple things. Like they just had a raffle with a Parker's Heritage, and
that Parker Dry is fantastic. We brought home a bottle of that.
Which one? Yeah.
The heavy rye, the 10-year heavy rye, which was released in September.
I have not tried that yet.
It's absolutely fantastic.
I did make a trade tonight. I'm going to pick it up tomorrow. My Jack Daniel's twice barreled rye from this year.
Yeah.
I'm not a big double barreled fan of almost anything with the exception of that Parker's from last year. So I'm trading that out for a midwinter's night dram from this year. I don't know if that's a mistake.
If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But that Jack Daniel's around here, people that I know that have gotten some or have a bottle said it's one of the best that they have had.
Yeah.
And I'm like, like I said, some people like it, some people don't.
There's a store I'm going to check out tomorrow. They have a Jack Daniel's barrel proof rye pick that's about 7 approximate years. That bottle is 75. So I'm
really
probably able to grab that tomorrow. So that's going to replace something that I don't know if I'm going to like.
I would love to know which store has that.
It's Gordon's Liquors in Massachusetts.
Oh, I should have figured it was Gordon's.
Yeah. I was down in the Speakeasy with Ken the other night. So he was telling me it's for his best customers, but then everyone gets an opportunity to buy it at some point. So there's still some.
That takes Jim out.
Here, those bottles, Midwinter's Night Dram, they're north of 300.
We don't get them in Massachusetts. Even with the new barrel, they don't distribute here those bottles.
Well, they're here, but you're getting bent over the barrel literally for those. When they went to about $100, I'm like, that's it. I'm sorry, they're just pricing themselves out.
What bottles are you talking about?
What?
Midwinter's Night Dram.
Yeah,
I could have got one of the 11 a couple weeks ago, and I passed on it. I was like, no.
I've
seen
seen
MSRP, but I didn't.
I've seen Midwinters in
I don't
Massachusetts.
think
You
I
can
want
get it here. It's not common, but I've seen it.
Yeah, I just not me. And it's
And
Rendezvous
pay
Rye
18.
finished in port, so it's like
nah, I don't want that.
you know.
Ugh. No.
Yeah, mine-
I like finished ryes more than finished bourbons.
So
I like it in
Anthony,
ryes, but not
Anthony, you're basically saying you're starting to learn to be what it's like to be Australian.
Yeah.
Good for you, great shot. Good plan.
Just
Well-
being constantly bent over.
well, for that particular bottle, you are here. I mean, there's barbed wire, the whole 9 yards. I mean, yeah, you're
Get
getting
bleeding.
yeah. So no, I'm
Yeah,
I'm
well,
just-
that's where I'm waiting to see what they're going to be trying to do. Foregate for over here as a MSRP. That's going to be scary. That'll be about, I reckon, anywhere around $500-600 a bottle.
Oh my God.
I was
U.S.
just gonna say $500. Yeah, and
U.S.
that is scary.
Yikes.
That is scary. That's for sure. But somebody will line up and put those dead presidents down there, you know, and buy them up.
Dead presidents in Australia?
Be pineapples down here. We don't have dead presidents.
Well, that's true. Forgot. It's just a figure of speech, but it's a figure of speech. But
There's
anyway,
pineapples on the currency. Is that what you
it's
said?
Australia.
Yeah, our
Kangaroos?
$50
Koalas?
note is sort of a yellowy orange, so it's called a pineapple.
Does it have a picture of the Queen on it or the King nowadays or what?
No, not on a 50. The $5 note had a picture of the Queen.
Do they have people on them? I don't know what it looks like.
Oh, all sorts of
Curiosity.
things. You got
Koalas? Brews?
No, listen, I've got
Dragons?
Quokkas.
Quokkas?
Fighting koalas.
You know,
Sydney
This-
Opera House?
what's left in here would qualify for a bottle kill for live wire,
Sure
but
would.
it's sacrilege to waste good scotch like this.
Yeah, I wouldn't do
I
that.
am not going to do a bottle kill. I'm just not.
Is it waste?
Which bottle is that?
just-
that you're
This is
Yeah.
the Glenmorangie Tale of the Forest.
How was that?
Oh, I
likes it a
recommend
lot.
everybody get one.
I can't tell you this. I did enough. I did not like the Taylor cake at all, so I stopped
Really?
buying them. Yeah, it was too sweet. It was like desserty.
Yeah, I think that was what they were going for,
Sounds
but
good.
if that doesn't work for you, fair enough.
The
good to me.
Tale of Winter is the one that's still on the shelf sitting here. The wine finish.
Yeah, that one didn't sell well.
No, it's still here. It's still about $100 a bottle. Eventually, somebody will realize, you know, let's just get rid of it for
That
50
gas
bucks.
station near me, it's got a lot of
And
scotch in it.
at $50 or so, I would buy it.
It gets the
way
chicken. It gets the
overpriced.
chicken cock 20. You know, the sits on the shelf in discounts.
Oh,
There you
some
go.
old people. Okay. Well, there's a queen and a dude with a cowboy hat and someone else
a dude with a cowboy.
and some other woman and that guy. Yep. It's all Greek. to me.
Margaret Thatcher down there.
Oh, okay. Front
Chris, are
and
you on the
back
50?
of the note.
Is that Chris Tatt's grandfather on the 50?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
They're,
I'm like,
they're the pineapples, the 50s.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
yep.
Very colorful one.
It is colorful.
20 looks like Roosevelt.
Pictures of a train car and a guy with a top hat.
They have a race car and an iron and a lampshade or a
Sure, I
candlestick.
know.
Polymer, because they're all
Just monopoly
polymer.
money.
I'll be right back. Just gotta check the text.
Tokai
you know.
was pretty good with
So
They're all in the
I have to
plastic.
say, Anthony, I'm not real impressed with this right now. It's not bad, but there's something about halfway through the palate. There's some off note that makes you go, huh? It's
it's Campbelltown, right?
Yeah, it's Campbelltown. As opposed to the Campbelltown Lock, which is released by Springbank, so it's going to be heavily Springbank. This is from Hunter Lang, which is independent. And I've seen some people going, "Oh yeah, it's heavily Glencoe." And I saw one other person going, "Oh, it tastes lots of Springbank." I can't really tell what it's more heavily leaning towards. I just get that off note towards the finish and go. It's like kind of like a sour bite. It's not awful though.
You know what's funny, Mark? Being that you asked me about this bottle and you said, is it peaty? And I said, no. And it is not. But
Smoky.
This is the first time I have caught that hint. When I say hint of peat, it's just, it's so mild. But this is the first time I have caught it on this bottle.
You piece of shit.
Smokiness.
Drop something, Jim. What are you doing?
Break a cork?
No, kind of. I popped this for Cullen Falls to pour it, and I go and pour it, and I'm like, what the hell is floating in there? And I look at it, and I don't know if you can see it.
Hold on. Wow. Hold on.
I was going to get into
Big chunk down in there.
Hold on.
Chunks in there?
On the keyboard.
There we go.
A big loogie in there.
That's what I thought it was.
And I looked at it. It's a hunk of the cork. Look at that.
There it is. Yeah, nice. I see it.
I've never seen that happen. It's just randomly ripped the hunk out of the cork.
It's
especially
defective.
up there.
You don't know your own strength.
Apparently.
Great.
But
I just like how
I didn't buy this one.
Get it wound up in your glass, Jim.
I think Jay from Mash and Drum.
Anybody interested?
Open that. That's
which.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh,
interesting.
$900.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Craziness.
It is craziness. It is craziness.
I guess it's got a lot of scotch. I sent these pictures to John a while ago. This one, I don't have the bottle, but this is the craziest one they had up there.
Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. Oh yeah.
In a gas station. On the top shelf of a gas station.
I gotta leave, Anthony. Cheers, brother. Thanks for
all right.
Easy, man.
Cheers.
I don't have one. Singleton 39-year-old.
Yeah.
Hey,
what's up, Scott? You feeling better?
It's the one I sent you before.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Wasn't Scott not well last week?
Scott's not well every week. Oh, wait a minute. We're not talking about mentally. Sorry.
With Scott?
Was it Scott?
I'm going a little Campbelltown now.
How bad Nebraska play?
Darn it, Mark. Now that you put that peat note in my head.
No, I was just asking because I really haven't had peated scotch. I didn't know if it was going to be peaty or not. The only one I had was a quarter cask Lefroy at a bar a couple weeks ago, which I thought was pretty good. I kind of liked it.
Like
so
I said,
thinking, well,
like
maybe I might like the smoky stuff.
Mark, can I recommend the Kings County peated? I think they have a barrel strength. It's really interesting.
That sounds like
it's a peated bourbon.
Oh, yeah. There's no Kings County on the shelf around here, buddy.
All right.
There you go, Anthony. That's a photo of Lil in a liquor lineup in front of the bourbon.
Thank you, Kitty. That's nice.
Oh yeah, with that big 1792. Yeah.
Nice.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
So it's from last year.
Yeah. I recognize the shirt, but I remember her standing there for the picture when we were all there.
But
yeah,
if you think the price of what Mark was showing is really bad, this is duty free in Australia for a Macallan number $6,870.
Is duty free is that translated into kick me in the nuts? Because what the pardon my expressions.
Duty free means we're supposedly not going to screw you quite as hard.
So you don't have to pay an import duty. You don't have to pay tax on it or whatever.
Oh,
right.
Is
that what duty free means? But that's what duty free meant. You didn't have to pay
most
tax.
Most of the time, it's just that they've taken the 10% GST tax off, not the duties these days.
Well, they shouldn't call it duty free then, should they?
No, that's right. That's what I've said to them.
Yeah.
Occasionally they'll take some duty off, but but the funniest thing was in LAX when we were flying out, they had Blantons for $150 or $115, I think it was, duty
Oh my
free.
God.
It was like, really?
I mean, that's a deal. Blanton's is like 175 at some idiot stores here.
The fuck?
Yeah, but that's more than what we pay for at retail over here.
Mm-hmm. I picked up a Blanton's store pick from
$115. And the guy was trying to convince me that's what I needed to get.
Alex wants that. It's less than 150. Alex will take it.
I got a Blanton store pick
get
from Yankee Spirits. They did a barrel pick of their own. It was like $75 for their pick, and I've got a Four Roses barrel proof that was for $70. That's coming to me tomorrow. That's up in the North Shore. Anyone's in Massachusetts.
Well, that's where Brian was lucky last year. He got a bottle of the Blanton's pick we did with Jack Rose from the other year.
Nice.
From us. When we were in at Jack Rose, I got given it. And I turned around to Brian and go, "Here you go, Brian." He was all excited getting his first Blanton's pick.
I'm hosting a whiskey tasting at the beginning of December, for clients and some friends, and we're gonna do the Tater whiskeys. We're gonna have like a Buffalo Trace type lineup, and I'm gonna do some food pairings with them. So I gotta get a notebook and do some research.
It's funny you should say that. There's a realtor here that via a friend, you're the only besides that person, you that have done it, because I guess they have some repeat customers, so they're good clients, and they had done something very similar at a restaurant around here, brought them in and did that. I don't remember what whiskeys they were, but you just jogged my memory about that. So you're the second person I know that has done that.
At some point, the goal would be to utilize a store's tasting room and have some etched Glens with my logo and have someone come professionally do it. But in that 12 to 20 people range, I can host them at my house. And, maybe some of the bottles I buy are business supplies on my receipts.
Of course. Absolutely they are.
So,
they
it's kind of
absolutely are.
Plus, I could host a yoga class or do this, but I hate all that stuff. I like drinking whiskey. So you share the shit that you love with people. It's real simple.
But you know what, though? All of us here could probably do stuff like that. I mean, even though I would say I have limited knowledge, but our palates aren't like your average, and I'm not knocking anybody because we all were there, but when I would do different tastings for people, particularly when in the summer when I go up to camp, for me to take 6, 8, a dozen bottles and do a flight, it's a heck of a flight. I mean, you're flying by the end of it. Irish
sounds like it,
or scotches or bourbons, I enjoy it. I drink little sometimes, but I give it to the people that are there, and then, walk them through it, get their opinions first before I give them my opinions, because everybody's taste is different. And it's interesting to listen to the tastes they get, out of a bottle or that glass that you poured them. And some of it's like, you get what? I mean, I don't say it out loud. It's just interesting to hear.
It's their memories, though.
Exactly where I was going. But that's what it triggers.
Yeah.
I that is one of the times I really enjoy just here.
One of my favorite things to do when I have tastings is, put out some like almonds and pecans and walnuts and maybe even some, easy cheddar cheese.
Mm-hmm.
The fats and the oils that are left in your mouth changes how the whiskey tastes completely.
Yeah, you should get some of those cocoa almonds. That's good to have with the.
Oh, interesting.
That's where generally when we have people around for the first time for whiskey tastings, I'll tend to do the Woodford flavor wheel with them. So give them a Woodford, but then have Parmesan cheese, a cranberry, orange peel, the hazelnut, walnut, dark chocolate, and either some molasses or maple syrup.
So cocoa covered almonds.
Yeah, like Sam's.
Yeah,
they have the Sam's around.
They're powdery, correct?
Yeah. It's not thick chocolate. It's just cocoa, or like dark chocolate
powder,
maybe. Yeah, cocoa powder on the almonds. Yeah, they're good stuff.
Yeah, and the other stuff, I definitely have. And I like to add, either some prosciutto or some salami, just something salty, because everything tastes different with these things. And
now that
charcuterie board,
honestly, with the prosciutto and the salami with the other stuff is good. And I also like to take some sparkling water, not flavored, like just regular Perrier, because that effervescence really does help cleanse the palate. So everything else that you're doing with the nuts and the cheeses and the meats also play into it. And then just to wash it all down and really just freshen things up, drink that Perrier or a sparkling water that doesn't have berry flavor or lemon flavor.
Right. Something to really cleanse your palate. Last time we did a taste,
it really works
liquid
well.
Death.
Liquid death.
Yeah, that's where I use the flavor wheel to know what I'm going to sort of pour for people through the night. What's their sort of flavor profile, which they prefer, and then I'll go in the cabinet and start pulling out different bottles for different people.
I may buy a bourbon wheel just to have as an example, a flavor wheel.
You can download them off the Woodford site.
Yeah.
Are there 200 flavors on the Woodford site?
Yeah, probably if you break it right down, because it does break right down into a whole heap of.
But the big thing is for the novices, it's really the main sweet component of the bourbon. Like which do you like? Whether it's vanilla or brown sugar or caramel. Like there's 6 or 8 different really heavy sweet notes, and what tickles your fancy. Like for me, it's brown sugar. Everyone loves caramel.
Whether you prefer citrusy notes, whether you prefer the wood notes, whether you prefer the coffee notes, whether you prefer the caramels, whether you prefer those vanillas and things like that. So yeah, it's
I like a spiky barrel proof that has all of that.
Exactly.
Well, thanks,
Ben. Ben, you're not wrong.
Nice pop, Jim. Did you break the cork?
No, it's not a real cork, and it's pretty hard to break it.
Oh, what is that one? Is that a 101? Oh, no.
That's what he had last week when I asked him if he was drinking Wild Turkey. He goes, nope, still Austin. He's on the second
look like
bottle.
Wild Turkey on the top, doesn't it? That red.
No, this is still the same bottle.
Yeah.
That's the
that
flagship.
band looks like Wild Turkey 101.
Yeah. I'm drinking
I agree.
Jim Beam single barrel.
That's a good pour.
Do you know what this reminds me of? Believe it or not, it reminds me a little bit of that Evan Williams 1783. As far as like the mouthfeel and maybe it's the bottle
viscosity,
shape.
the flavor.
Yeah, the viscosity is good, not great. It's 108 proof, which is nice.
Yes.
Oh, wow, it's more than that Evan Williams by a long shot.
Yeah, it's just down Broadway, good beam, and
yeah, but it just goes to show you what I say. They can put out some good stuff, particularly when they get 100 proof and north. It really brings out some more flavor. It brings out that little spice on there. It really, to me, shows what's in those barrels. When they're just cutting that stuff at 80 proof for their standard.
Basil Hayden and all that.
Yeah, 74 proof. over here.
I get that, and I have to tell you, there was a store near me that had a whole end cap full of Old Tub, and they marked it down to $13. And I bought 2 bottles because I couldn't resist. And it's not awesome whiskey. However, if you're a cigar smoker, it makes a great pairing because it's not super oaky or bitter. It's kind of sweet, easy, and orangey. It's
so nutty.
Yeah, it's nutty, but like you don't get that note necessarily on when you're smoking a darker cigar. And,
No, true.
And like 4 of us killed a bottle of that in like an hour smoking at in front of a fire pit outside. It was a great pairing,
and it was a good time.
Yeah.
And
we have some friends who don't really like a ton of oak, so that's what made it drinkable that night.
And there's so many people that talk about that and go, "Oh, I wouldn't buy that shit," and I chuckle and I go, "Well, why? Old Tub and blah 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 blah." I go, "But for the $25 I think it is here at Total Wine," I go, well, it's actually an okay pour at 100 proof, 4 years old, decent.
Yeah, I don't have a huge issue with it.
No,
I don't want to say I like it more than like Shelf or Buffalo Trace. I don't like Buffalo Trace. That's just
it's just it's okay.
Not something I drank.
Yeah, exactly. I just was saying that. Now the picks I've got a couple picks. I'll take a sip of those long before I grab that. There's a bottle of regular Buffalo Trace somewhere. It might be on the floor in the corner.
Those bottles are Christmas gifts for people who think they like whiskey.
Don't worry, Anthony. I'll bring you over some 80 proof next year for you to try.
No, you still got to bring one over for what's his name? Oh my gosh, Liquor Light.
What's his name?
Who wants that?
Oh no, he wants the White Rabbit.
Yeah,
he wants the White Rabbit saloon from White label Jack Daniels.
Yep.
I need to find my water. Be back.
I'm too lazy to go downstairs and actually get some scotch from downstairs. Upstairs is only bourbon and rye.
Drink whatever floats your boat.
This would have been the night to drink scotch, though.
That it is true, but you drink whatever you want. If it's bourbon, it's bourbon. If it's scotch, it's scotch. Rye, whatever. You could be drinking a cup of coffee. It makes no difference.
I drink a cup of coffee when Big Vic is still on at 5 a.m. like today.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a handle of Tullamore Dew behind me. I could crack that. That's my summer. It's too hot out to drink anything else beverage.
I don't have one of those here. Not one. Not that I don't like them. I've had them. I've just never like, oh my gosh, I've got to put that on the shelf.
It's a nice Irish whiskey. A couple of ice cubes in summer. It's just, it doesn't lose all of its flavor. It's good and neat. It's just cheap Irish whiskey.
But again, it's good. It's affordable. And like you just said, it holds up to a couple of cubes without going flat.
Right. I mean, I
don't have a problem with it.
That's what's important to me. Like, we always have a handle of Doers at at my friend's cottage over the summer. But the thing is, you put that on ice, and in about 4 seconds, it tastes like Scotch water. We always have Doers. We mix that with amaretto and make the Godfather is the cocktail.
Speaking of coffee,
there you go.
Well,
but it says bourbon on it.
There you go. Look at that. Let me get a highlight of that. Those are very rare in the wild, particularly down under. There's only 3 or 4 total in existence.
Wow.
Down under. Yep.
That's a collector's item, and you're drinking out of that?
No, I just took it out of the
No, we just took it out of the box. I haven't had a coffee really since I came back home.
Oh, I gotcha.
What? You haven't had coffee?
No.
Sacrilege.
Yep.
If people are looking for like an Irish whiskey suggestion, there's a bottle, I think it's called Napogue Castle.
Yep.
So the 12 year is pretty affordable. It's between like 35 and 45. It's aged in ex-bourbon cask, 12 years old, single malt. That's a really good bottle. I've burned through a couple of those. And I think my favorite Irish whiskey that I've had all time is probably, not all time, but like reasonably priced, is the Redbreast 12-year cask strength.
Yes.
Like I would pick that up over some bourbon some nights, and that's saying something.
It is an amazing.
Do you like sherry, John?
Sometimes, yeah. I have a bunch of sherry scotches. Why? What do you think?
If you run across a bottle of the Redbreast PX finish,
I haven't had that yet.
it's phenomenal.
It's around. I will definitely look into that. The one bottle of Redbreast or Irish whiskey that has ruined me, Mr. Darrell Stewart brought over Redbreast 27 batch.
Oh,
batch
yeah,
one.
Yeah.
That bottle is stupid. Like, he could have hit me upside the head with the bottle, and I would have been like, "Thank you."
Yeah.
I smelled that glass for like even my wife tried it. She goes, "What is this?"
Mm-hmm.
Peaches, plums, apricots, happiness. I mean,
it was so light and fruity.
Yeah, you want to try it if you want some Irish style pot still. Tell Newer out of Colorado. They're doing some really nice stuff.
What is it?
Tell Newer.
Tell Newer. They're in Colorado, but you're gonna have to visit them to get it.
Yeah, or get Mike to send you hand deliver something to you. We went down to the distillery when we were in Colorado. They're doing some really good Irish style pot still.
My plan when I come to Nevada is I'm going to be at a conference for 4.5 days, but the last 3.5 we're going to spend with my aunt and uncle. So I'll have free range of their vehicle to go wherever and do whatever for a little bit here and there. So, we'll see who wants to drive an hour and when.
Could you'll have to get Mike to get you a bottle of that to try, Anthony.
I got to talk to him. I got to talk to Vic. I got to talk to all you guys who are out there. See if
Vic might drive in.
Yeah, he's got nothing going on. He'll have to cancel one of his 7-day-a-week live streams. I love him for it. He just hangs out. It's great.
Yeah, he's been keeping me amused whilst I've been waiting for surgery and going through surgery.
I spent the entire was on screen with Vic last night and was able to watch the F1 race while in chat.
Oh, hold on. T-Rob.
Hey, T-Rob.
T-Rob. Cheers, man.
Go Muscles.
I'd be curious to see what Anthony has to say about that whole F1 debacle in Vegas.
Yeah.
I didn't have a problem with it. I did not see 1 minute of it, nor did it
the race started at 10
any way,
p.m.
shape, or form.
Yeah, but they wanted breakfast television for Europe. That's.
And let me just say this.
Well, no. That's the scuttlebutt. But 10 p.m. Mountain Time isn't really that good a time for Europe either. Supposedly what it was all the hotels and businesses on the strip were bullshit about it. And so they started it later so that they didn't disrupt business as much on the strip.
But I heard they were having a hard time selling hotel rooms too.
They sold, but the problem they didn't sell like they were because the prices were stupid. It was almost, at some places, you might as well say it was $100 to park, like at Bellagio. $100 just to park. But if you're a guest there, you're paying that same $100 too. They don't give you free parking. There is nothing free about the strip anymore.
No.
Our conference is at Mandalay, and I did not want to stay at the Luxor, but like every other place is too expensive, and I don't want to be dealing with strip traffic trying to get to a place I need to be.
Did you see the Ferrari that managed to hit the one manhole cover that wasn't welded down?
Yeah. Two of them hit it, didn't it?
I heard about that.
Check the back room, Anthony.
If you look at, there was a picture of the track map. It actually looks like a pig on its back with like all four legs in the air.
Here he is. Flex for us.
Doing whatever
there he is.
What's up,
Jay Muscles?
Powers.
T-Rob.
Yep. Irish Rob.
Hey, he's got his Summer Jam shirt on. Good man.
There he goes.
And he's frozen.
What happened to my internet?
Yeah, I was going to say, how's
Mr.
your internet
Jiggs,
tonight?
Cheers.
There you go.
Cheers, James.
I still think that photo I took of you in DC is a much better pose, T-Rob.
Well,
I love it.
for that
Small
whole
nowadays.
F1 race, and for as much time as they spent in preparing the streets, how do you not catch that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was everyone said they hit a manhole. They didn't hit a manhole. It was just a access, and it was a metal lid no bigger than your hand, where they can turn water on and off.
Right.
Okay.
Do you know how the house always
Wow.
wins in Vegas? Somebody had a hand in that one. That's all I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying. That's all
Hey,
I'm saying.
T-Rob, did you see that
Yeah.
Jack Rose released another few wild turkey picks?
Yeah, I saw that.
One more pour.
That's what I'm drinking right now.
Do I need to make a phone call for you?
I've got so much wild turkey. It's coming out.
You
My
want to
damn
watch
ears.
F1 Donald?
Oh my gosh! Did you
I,
hear
I
that?
would say yes, but my local store just dropped 2 more in the past month, so I'm like, dang. But it's funny because the one they just dropped last week has the
Where you
same distillation date and the same warehouse and floor as the Jack Rose pick.
It was like single
warehouse
malt.
is it?
What's the idea there, John?
Huh?
That's
Do what now?
This would have been the one that you had, the 7-year-old Pultney.
the old Pulteney. Oh,
Is that
damn.
the Lasanta?
No, this
No,
is from this is a single
I don't have
cap
that
and
same
Scotch
thing.
malt.
No. Up top.
You're
Yeah,
talking-
the Glenmorangie.
No.
Is that the
No,
Lasanta?
this is the 18
Oh.
Oh.
Oh,
extremely rare. Now,
Pardon
I have
me.
the 14 Quinta Rubin,
Mhm.
but this just happened to be right here on the floor, and I
see.
reached down. I'm like, okay, I'll pour myself some. of that.
Guy's got 18-year-old floor whiskey. Listen to him.
It was
Well, you know.
it was on the shelf over
Oh,
there.
okay. Sure.
I just so I don't have to keep getting up. I put some Glenmorangie down here, and yes, it's on the floor next to other things, but you know, it's just how it goes. It's
Oh my
I don't
God.
want to keep.
I think it's Ben Whiskey Uncensored has more floor whiskey than anyone I've ever seen.
I tell you what, I am sure he has way more.
no.
than me.
No.
Matt from Whiskey Crusaders has more floor
Oh,
whiskey
boy.
than anyone I've ever met. 90% of his
McDonald's
house
got a pretty
is
good
floor
amount of floor whiskey.
So he's like
In
a hoarder
one
in
of
his
his
pathways to
bedrooms.
all the floor whiskey.
I sit here and wonder at like a few hundred bottles, like how many years would I have to stop buying whiskey to actually drink through it all? And
Oh,
would I
gosh,
die?
Well, I think Matt's got
Yeah.
about 3,000 bottles.
Oh my God.
Wow. Good Lord.
Are you guys
he was having
watching?
to climb over cases of whiskey to get to his couch, to get over the back of the couch, to get to other cases, to get bottles out for when we were.
Good night.
Guy who's got all floors and no walls, you know?
Did you guys watching any of his shorts about the I call it a bar or whatever? What he's the work they're doing inside
yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's neat. Oh my gosh, is that just vanilla and malt? Just wow.
Mm.
Oh, this 18 is like deliciousness in a glass.
My favorite, actually, I have 2 Glenmorangies in my house. I have the Nectar Dior.
Oh my gosh, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's my favorite of that group. The Saturn's finished, and the other one I have is, oh my God, it comes in a super heavy box. It tastes like coffee beans and cocoa. Holy shit, what is it? Is it Signet? Signet. Yeah, I have that. I love the cap on that. It weighs like 10 pounds, it feels like. It's a great looking bottle. That's probably my favorite Scotch bottle that I have that costs around $200.
I was gonna say 175, 225, somewhere in there. Just depends on where you are. But
Yeah, I think I paid like $205, but I was very happy with that bottle. But that's like when people come over and drink Scotch and are nice people, we'll have one pour of that, you know.
well,
I think Lil's favorite last year was the Old Pulteney Signatory.
Old Pulteney.
Nice.
You definitely like my compass box once in a while, and
Orchard House. That's like amazing.
I think I had a sample. I think I might have had Spice Tree tonight.
That's good too.
Yeah, they're all
the
those are
Orchard
great
House
blends.
is sitting right there. That's like,
yeah.
I always get into this debate, and you'll hear people who don't know. They'll say, "I don't drink blended whiskey." And in my head, I'm laughing, and knowing what they drink, that the majority of all whiskey is a blend, unless it's a single barrel or single.
Well, they call
it
batched. They call it
bingo.
batched.
They get,
But that's not blended. It's batch.
They don't know what they're
talking about.
So,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about blends. You know, I was talking about Dewar's earlier.
Yep.
That used to be bartender's number one Scotch mixer. Do we know what today's number one Scotch mixer is?
Funky Shoulder.
There you go. And you know what? For a cigar pairing, again, stands up to ice better than Dewey's. And
it's the first Scotch I have. It's over there in the other cabinet.
Yeah, and so I had a gentleman, from
I can make a rusty nail.
Most of those are just ice and ginger ale, and it's great.
Yeah,
that's probably what it tastes like too, Mark.
I've got a coworker.
Yeah, they got the name. I don't know, but Drambuie was my sister's drink way back in the day. She used to shots of Drambuie all the time.
I haven't touched Drambuie in like 10 years. I have like this much left in a bottle from like forever ago.
Yeah, like this is just like flavored Scotch syrupy Scotch whiskey. Drambuie is just like
sort of, yeah,
some kind of syrupy thing.
I mean, like I think I'd almost rather drink bitters out of a bottle than drink.
Don't succumb to peer pressure now, Yoda.
No, we did shots at her house all the time.
It's about time that he's decided to
twist the blend of Scotch whiskey, heather, honey, and herbs.
There you go, Donald.
Yeah, and it's
may the whiskey be with you.
Like it's lower proof. It's
right.
Sticky and thick, and
So basically, the Scotch version of Jägermeister.
Yeah,
Moose
tastes like licorice.
Moose, we're probably going to go to Wisconsin too next year, so you might have to come down to Wisconsin for a meetup.
Got to reach out to Scott over there. You got to get to Driftless Glen. I'm like on the Driftless train.
Driftless train.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, both of you. Yeah.
What's your train?
I did get those Driftless picks that were made available recently.
Got to have the donuts.
I just every Driftless bottle I've ever tried, I'm just like losing my mind over in a great way.
Have you had their other donuts?
I've had a couple. I've had samples of the blood, the blood orange chocolate and the pineapple mojito.
Yeah, the pineapple mint mojito. Yep. Good stuff.
Also, the bottle of Driftless that I've been drinking on the past few streams has opened up, and it's like I stopped drinking my Stag and moved on to that because I was just like,
is it a shelf one, or was it a pick from someplace, or what?
Yeah, it's a pick from a local store. There isn't very many of them. This just they said they happened to be in the back room. There was only 3 left. So
yeah, that's some good Driftless picks.
Hasn't disappointed me. Yeah, I mean that bottle they marked those down to $55 because there was 3 of them, and I'm like, holy crap! I wish I bought all of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, snatched them up at that price, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just talked to a guy on Facebook. He's getting rid of some shelfer stuff.
Yeah, Sugar Kitty, that's a good one too.
So I'm going to pick up 9 bottles. The guy's selling for like $200.
Mint caramel is lower than
right.
Bugaboo. Black Forest Bugaboo is a really good one.
Yeah, Mr. Jiggs, it is definitely a good bottle. And like you said, when it opens up a little bit,
which one is that, Doc?
Hold up.
Mint Caramel Dream.
Caramel Dream.
Look at the color. The color on these bottles.
Yeah, all of them are just so dark, man. For 5 to 7 year old whiskey, it's super dark.
Yeah, that's getting down there. That
which
one.
Which one is that one?
Oh,
Black Forest.
Forest.
I hope these ones are as good as those because I just want them all at this point.
I just want them all.
This got bad for me recently. I was like behaving, everything was good, And now that I've limited myself to drinking 2 or 3 days a week versus 6, now I'm like, oh, I gotta buy something. It's like so.
Cheers, Jigs, and F your Browns. Good
I'm
game,
telling
but
you,
hey,
Browns
whatever.
defense, some of the best in football.
Yeah, that was horrible. I mean, the Steelers just so bad.
Oh, I can't. I don't even know.
How can you do that? Like, it's the last 3 minutes of the game, and they're so close or tied, and they got to drive 15 seconds at the punt. What the hell? How do you?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
anyone
You
can
can't just
screw
complete
it
an
up,
8-yard pass, a 9-yard, a 7-yard pass. You just can't just do this short
Just
stuff.
a little 5 and out, yeah.
hey, if anyone can screw it up, Pittsburgh can.
No, they just got no offense. That's all.
You know,
I
born
mean,
and raised
up,
there. So
up here in
I know
Massachusetts,
the-
we had a great weekend in football. The Patriots are on a bye week. Thank God.
Yeah. See, the Packers squeaked one out today, and the Badgers beat Nebraska in overtime last night. So
You're a happy camper right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
At least got
Fred,
What,
what's
22
up,
straight years the Badgers are bowl eligible.
you gotta pop on.
Well, that game last night was in
Fred.
overtime, wasn't it?
Yep.
I don't think Shred's feeling so well.
Yeah, Badgers got a touchdown right away in
Oh,
overtime.
maybe he needs another
I got
calcium citrate.
In his little
Citrate.
magnesium citrate.
So,
Yeah, magnesium citrate.
Yeah, magnesium citrate's not going to help anybody.
Athletes.
Oh, it'll help
Shred
you.
needs a little vitamin C.
If you
That's
lose
what he-
them last few hard to lose pounds.
Yeah.
You know.
That driftless Glen's pretty damn good.
this one is about, almost 4 years old. This is from a local group here. It's 56 months. It's the first rye I had. It's just amazing.
Mm.
It's wintertime, man.
I've
It's
never
rye
had any of the
time.
ryes. I've had all the ones I've had were all bourbon.
That's why between that and limousine, I'm glad I live in Wisconsin for the ryes that we have.
Yeah, the limousine rye. Yeah, that one fucked. I had my wife pour me a blind again the other day, and I was tasting this whiskey. I'm like, man, is that orange? Is it like spicy? Was it? And then I was like, this is like a spice cake. This must be Amberana, and the only bottle I have is Amberana. So I just went all in on that one. And no, it was a limousine rye pick that I have. It tasted just
Wasn't the chocolate bitters one, was it?
No, it was the other one.
Okay.
One was chocolate, and the other one they called orange, but there was no sticker on it. It was an orange spice cake, is what that.
The standard limousine picks are so good.
Yeah,
There you go, Anthony.
Limousine.
Finally got delivered.
Oh, is that the
That's our barrel pick.
Yep.
Nice.
The 100% malted rye.
Keep it up there for a second. Hold on.
There you go.
There we go. There we
The
go.
malted rye.
100%
Oh yeah.
malted
Look
rye.
at that.
54.85.
Love it first rye. Nice.
55. Barrel
So,
entry alcohol. Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
it went in at a low food.
Yeah.
Now turn it around so they could see how clear that is. Oh, there we go.
Oh wow.
Nice
Yeah.
light.
Not super clear.
No. The way the light was reflecting off the bottle.
I'm sorry,
to me, it
26
looked like-
months?
I said, man, that's pretty pale.
24.
So 2 years.
2 years. It was a 20-gallon barrel.
Oh.
What the story is that?
94 proof.
Limestone brand.
Oh.
I am
So
going
I didn't know they had a rye.
Bean.
I am going to have my last pour of the night, and it's going to be something Scotch-like.
Oh, is that Up and Down Smoking Sea?
It is.
Yeah.
That bottle was fucking weird.
You know what?
In a good way.
I once in a while I dig it.
In a good way.
Yeah.
It's weird in a good way, he says.
People familiar with this?
I am.
Just
I have
Jim.
a bottle of
I've
it somewhere.
only seen it on the internet.
Okay. So let's see. 4-grain bourbon, Solera aged mash bill. I don't know, finished in French oak and peated Islay Scotch barrels. The French oak adds structure and dark fruit notes, while the Islay casks add a layer of smoke, earth, and sea to our chocolate malty bourbon. So I think it's 92 proof.
Sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
Smells like bourbon right up front. Then you get some malt, and then you start to get that sea salty.
Mm.
Thanks for looking out for me, Jakes.
A little bit of that brine is nice.
My
Huh?
blood pressure's fine.
It is.
So it's just suck.
As you swirl in the glass, you get more of that briny note, you know?
Hey, Doc, we had Matt Canada as offensive coordinator at Wisconsin, and he sucked back then.
Well, okay, thanks. Thanks then, I guess.
I don't know why he went there. I don't know why they hired him.
What the fuck?
You got me. I had nothing to do with that.
Just trying to give you shit, Mark's like,
I watched the Penguins game when they were chanting "Fire Matt Canada." I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
If you're doing that at the hockey, holy shit.
Pittsburgh's all in on that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Didn't VGK play Penguins today?
Yeah, I know Pittsburgh was up 2-0. I was watching a little bit of it earlier.
Oh God, I sure hope Pittsburgh wins because nothing makes me happier when
I don't think it's
VGK
Tom.
loses.
Nothing makes me happier than watching the Bruins maul the Canadians last night. I was very happy.
Yay!
Fucking
Well,
fuck, I think Lucic is done though. Right?
Yeah, apparently he's had
Ugh.
some past transgressions, but that's too bad. I don't think he's ever going to
Yeah,
play.
there you go.
Man, you see that mugshot?
yeah, I just looked that up. Pittsburgh won 3-0.
Oh, they blanked
Yeah.
the Knights.
3-0. Blanked them.
Yeah,
I will
freaking the mugshot of Lucic was not looking good.
Would you want to be the cop to arrest that guy?
Don't get me started on Luke. What the hell? Idiot.
Yeah.
I want to see a steel cage match with T-Rob and Milan Lucic.
I just like how they interviewed him before the game, and Martian's like, "Well, we're more worried about the wife and the kids than."
That was a great answer. By the way, that's the first time in his life he ever acted like a grown-up. That was the right friggin' thing to say.
Yeah,
For him.
I mean, he's one you want on your team, but if he's on somebody else's team, you fucking hate him.
Also telling.
I mean, he's been a punk for years, and now he's the captain of the Bruins.
Yeah.
Oh my, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so open on Smoke at Sea. Real good on its own. After drinking some 100+ proof bourbon, meh, not working for me.
Just doesn't cut it. Yep.
No, it's messing with my palate.
Noah or
That's
we
what
beast?
it'll do.
Oh, Donald's talking about the Blue Blanc and Rouge
Neither,
now.
Mark.
Yes.
Mark,
Is that
I'm
Wee
Uber all
Beastie
day.
there, Mark?
Huh?
Is that Wee
Noah or
Beastie?
Wee Beastie?
Neither.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm gonna
that's
say NO.
Anoa.
I can't see the price on the NO,
Well, it's the
but
same thing. It's the same thing.
yeah,
Yeah, get the Anoa.
yeah. I'd go with the NO, and I've had Wee Beastie. I've had both of them. I like the NO better.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
My favorite peated Scotch is probably Ugadal.
Oh,
That's the one that opened the door for Pete.
Shut up,
For me.
Greg.
I hated
Yeah, I
Pete
mean,
until Ugadal.
Charlotte 10
Yeah.
is next door to it. For
I would
some reason.
definitely
Port Charlotte, yes.
that Ugadal with that sherry note. It's
That creep
just
up there and press.
it's dynamic. It's dynamic.
Yeah, I hated Pete until I had that, and then I love Pete ever since then.
Oh,
Donald
okay.
said Aberfeldy. I didn't see that one.
He's got
because
the
down
smoker.
lower there.
Yeah, this is the Anoa.
Cool.
The smoker. Same thing you're looking at, Mark, except I picked it up because I wanted this tube. Same one. It just comes in a tube, and they have a little wood. You would throw it in your grill. It's a smoker. You put some wood chips in it, throw it in there.
Oh.
Don't do
Agreed,
it.
Eric.
It's just a marketing thing, and it's a
It
pain
says
in
the
ass
ultimate.
to get this stuff out
It
of here.
doesn't say
It's nice. I mean, it's all part of the package. Is the only reason why I picked
does
it
it
up.
say the ultimate on there. 'Cause that box
But-
says the ultimate. Whatever that
It
is.
always says, Ardbeg always says that on there.
You would have,
Yeah.
you would have
Okay.
loved the bottle of
Oh, so
Ardbeg
the other
my
one,
friend
actually,
had
now
his,
I'm looking.
at his liquor store over here, Anthony. It was 4.5 liter.
Eric Gunderson,
Yeah.
at $60, you might as well just buy a bottle of Ardbeg.
Yep.
Skip the wee BC, just go to the 10.
Oh yeah, don't
Yeah, no
get
shit.
the wee beastie because I mean
How much is this stuff where you guys are? Because all this stuff's like $75 to $89 here. Like,
Ardbeg 10 would be a deal. I mean, if I wanted a peated daily pour, that's what it would be.
Ardbeg
it's
10.
good.
Our bag 10 should be around $58 to $60.
Yeah.
I would say,
Maybe a
it's
hair over that.
5
Yeah, I mean,
years
I can
old.
get
Ugadal is
Lagavulin.
around 75, 77.
I get
Wee
Lagavulin
Beastie
16
should be
for
at
like
around the same
95.
price point as Ardbeg 10, which is the big problem with Wee Beastie is if you're going to pick between Wee Beastie and 10, they're about the same price. Why would you ever buy Wee Beastie?
Right. Because of the name.
God, guys are talking
But
about
10 is just
Ano.
so good, though.
Ano should be around the same price as the 10, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. The Corey Brecken has gotten silly expensive. That's going to be 100 or more.
Yeah.
Sounds like, oh, they named a whiskey
I
after
think
my
the
good
Hoopie's
friend.
up to like 80, 90 right now here.
Yeah, you can find it for less than 80 sometimes, but I think generally it's residing around 80, 85.
I need to get this is making my brain think of, is it Kuila?
Kalila?
Kalila. That's what
Kalila.
this is what this made me think of after drinking bourbon.
Well, I know that you can, or
Well, I've seen that other places too.
Well, Mark, you would know Kalila if you ever drank Johnny Walker Black, because that's one of the big smoke components to Johnny Walker.
Oh, maybe I should drink my little bottle. Haven't you opened this little sample?
Yeah,
this little shooter.
But that's mostly Kalila and Talisker are the peated components to that.
Mark, did you buy that or was that a prize?
This was a gift. I got this for Christmas last year from my staff.
Sweet.
I love Johnny Black on ginger ale. That's one of my favorite.
And a little red one.
I don't mind Johnny Black just on a couple of ice cubes.
Yeah, Johnny Red, just forget it.
You know what Johnny Red mixes good with, believe it or not, is Coke.
That's probably the only way anyone can drink it anymore.
But the smoke, the smoke that you get with that,
I've had it
with
neat.
Coke.
Oh,
when it's $30 a handle, you know something's wrong with the Scotch.
Well, you know what? We've all talked about this. Johnny Walker Red back in the day was the drink. Okay, it really.
I heard that if you can find an old bottle, it's really good.
How old's your bottle, Chris?
My Johnny Walker Red.
Yeah, 60s, isn't it?
It's from the early 60s.
Yeah. So, and it's not open.
No.
So,
well, that's a different topic.
That is a whole, but that bottle couldn't. That would just wait. What they're making now, that is heads and shoulders above it. Head and shoulders. But Johnny Walker makes some decent stuff, like the 15-year-old,
the green man.
Oh my gosh!
So I blinded all the Johnny Walkers, and the green, the platinum, and the gold all came ahead of blue in the blind.
Cheers, Simon.
And then it was blue,
Simon.
black, double black was after that, and red was last.
Hey, Simon! Cheers!
cheers, Simon.
Oh,
Simon,
thank you for not swearing on my channel.
Oh, Tim, there you go.
I appreciate that.
Red.
Working on getting ready for that
crack
W
that,
thing.
Tim?
What do you mean you're getting ready for the
I want to crack it one day.
Chris is getting ready for that W thing.
No.
When he walks to the kitchen to have a spot of breakfast.
I
used to keep a handle of Johnny Black around, but then I found the Compass box, the Glasgow blend.
1970.
which one?
The Glasgow blend, the Great King Street, the red label.
Yeah.
That's the peaty one. It's so much better than Johnny Black.
Interesting. Hey, I've asked this question on other streams. Turkey Day is coming up. What's everyone's pour for the day?
Wild
First
Turkey
pour.
101.
I'm going with rare breed and rare breed rye.
I've got an old Fantail Kentucky
Make the
Spirit.
rare boo rye.
Oh,
Mix it. Blend it, John.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do some blending. All right.
Yeah, blend it. The rare breeds.
I still have my master's keep from last year. I could just use that. No.
Well, you could.
Either
It's not that
something
bougie.
turkey, whether it's going to be an old Fantail bottle or the new, or whether I crack open the bottle of the rare breed unchill filtered.
Nice.
Ooh, yeah.
I'd love to blind the two of those.
There you go.
I got a sample from Dusty Dan in the mail. I've been waiting on for a little bit, and it was
And delivery.
I've literally been like just opening the cap and like I can't stop smelling the bottle. It's like some Stitzel Weller bottled in bond from like the 1950s. It's
wow.
I feel like I'd rather just smell the vapors than drink it, but no, that's going to happen this week.
Oh no, yeah.
See how long it takes to just smell all the vapors before it evaporates
Get the
completely.
gums.
Moose, isn't there like a pig's nose or something? Isn't there like a pig's nose or something blended Scotch?
Yep, there is. Yes, there's pig's nose, which is
He wants a pork for pork slice.
dip.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember what the difference is. I think pig's nose is a blended Scotch and sheep dip is blended malt.
I think it's called Pigsley Nose.
Dip.
Scott Pigsley.
Right back in a sec.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Pig's nose is blended malt.
You can talk to people.
Well,
They're
now
both blended
that you
malt.
guys
I think the
got me
difference is
going,
sheep dip is
We got a
peaty.
Highland Park coming out, folks.
I'm pulling out the Highland Park 15 now.
Okay, I'm going to Highland Park next time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, speaking of that W word, I have to do that in the morning, so I'm gonna head out the door.
Well, I don't blame you.
Hey, Jim.
I don't blame you. I do the same thing. I gotta get
Hey,
my
Will.
Deathless Dogs glass.
Well,
Hey.
Hey,
All right, Jim.
Bye, Will.
Appreciate you, man.
See you,
Good,
Jim.
everybody.
I think I heard Lil.
Yeah,
You did?
I'm here.
Okay, I thought so. I thought I heard you. Well, I actually just thought Chris was talking to himself, but you know,
No,
In-
well,
in a
sometimes he
different voice?
does. Sometimes he does.
I saw him turn his head a few times and start mumbling, and I'm thinking, well, I wonder what pain meds he's on.
He's like, hi, honey. How you doing? Yeah, he's
And
good.
then I thought I heard your voice in the background. I thought, well, could be her. But then there you be.
Could also be all the Scotch.
Well, hey,
Could be. You never know.
you never know. But with
never
him,
know.
I would probably say it's more bourbon.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, it's probably more bourbon.
There you
But
go.
I just,
Oh, the 18.
18-year-old.
oh yes, yes. But I have a backup for this too.
Have you had any of the cask strengths yet?
Oh yes, I've got two.
I've got batch
number
one.
2 or release 2.
Yeah,
Release
batch 1.
3 is
Batch 1 is so good.
mm-hmm.
I've got an ounce left in a sample bottle of the full volume that I'm going to send to Pinch Hitter.
I'm waiting for my full volume. It just hasn't arrived yet.
Have you had that before?
The New York Express.
Have you had it before?
No. As soon as it gets here, I'll have
I mean, all bourbon it's all bourbon. It's completely different
it.
from what you're
I
used
know
to.
I know it's on the floor somewhere.
Yeah.
In a particular house, and eventually it'll get here.
But you being all bourbon cask, it will be completely different from anything Highland Park you've ever had.
I'm good with that.
But it's amazing too. And the box is something to keep. It's like a Marshall stack. It's pretty cool.
You know, the Highland Park this 15 has a small suggestion of peat, but I catch a little floral note on this from time to time, and I'm getting it today.
Oh, wow.
I have got a buddy here that has a bottle, one of the older 25s in the wood box, and it was more fresh fruit, and the peat was in the background. It might be one of the best pours I've ever had.
Sometimes you get that. Now that Tale of Tokyo is like that. It's very fruity, very fruity.
Yeah.
And then that wine, that Mizunara, comes through on the finish, and it really lasts. It's not a short finish. It's medium to full on the finish, or long, excuse me, on there. So it's nice.
Where I bought that stag the other night, the guys they sold six bottles of that Tokyo. They couldn't stop talking about it.
It's pretty darn good. I mean, I'm excited over it, and I'm going to get another pour into it before the week's out, and then I'm going to leave it set for about 7 to 10 days, and then go back to it. And then after that, I'll decide for sure if I'm going to go back and pick up the backup for this.
Sounds like you got a plan. You got to do any Scotch? Are you doing Scotch for Thanksgiving, or are you doing bourbon, or both?
Well, you know what? I don't know what I will do. I mean, when I say that is people will be here that have different tastes. So I may start off with like Writer's Tears, an Irish, and then go to a red breast, and then from there, depending upon the mood, go into bourbon, and then maybe finish the night, depending upon whatever it is, with a little peated Scotch or maybe an American malt.
I'm gonna bring some kind of malt because if the weather holds up, I'm sure there'll be like a late night fire outside. Something malty or Scotch.
Hey, Big Vic, cheers.
Cheers, Vic.
Cheers.
Oh,
Vic.
it is a shit show. Remember, I'm filling in for Livewire right now, so
You're doing an admirable job.
Those standards I've got to keep way down.
Oh, Sugar Kitty, that's 22.
You're doing an admiral job.
The 2022 Buna cast
Pretty good.
something amazing.
That's a high rank. So
2022 Bunahaben?
Yeah, the 12, the cast strength.
Jim sent me a sample of that one. My God, was that a sherry bomb?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about this Tale of Tokyo. It's very sherry forward. I'm surprised at because that sweetness just comes right off the bat on the palate.
Please make a short in a couple of weeks to see if that sherry gets more pronounced.
Oh
or
yeah,
less.
No, I will. I will do a little follow up on that and let you guys know about that. But if it's as good as it is now, and if it gets better, yeah, there'll be a backup. I can tell you that there'll be a backup. I can just say that I am almost certain right now there'll be a backup for this thing.
What's the MSRP?
$100.
Okay.
I think is what it is around here. It's about 119, 110.
Well, I appreciate the intel on it. Just after the Taylor cake, I had been just wanting to hear someone talk about it. Not everyone's doing Scotch reviews,
Well, you know what? If you could, I don't know if any of your local haunts would even have this on the shelf, or just to get a pour and sit with it. But at $100, it's not too bad. But
$100. Do I buy 2 rare breeds or do I buy?
That's true. No, I got you. I've done that too. I can pick up 2 more rare breeds, or I can pick up, I can pick up a couple more. I can pick up 2 Smoke Wagon small batch. Be a little over $100, but still, it's like
3. Almost.
I can get 6 Evan Williams Bourbon Bond for that.
Oh. $100, yeah.
But
Easy.
you won't be
Take that
expanding
case.
your horizons.
No.
T-Rob, just being with you expands my horizon.
Yeah, but 6 Evan Williams bottled and bonds, I'd be good with that for a
It's
while.
not your horizon that's expanding, John.
It's my waist that would be
Yeah,
expanding.
the waistline, exactly. That's
Okay. If that's what you're calling it these days.
Yeah.
No judgment, gentlemen.
Mm.
On that
The
note,
sweetness of this Highland Park 15 with what I have been drinking with this now definite hit of peat is delicious.
Yeah, there's such a sweetness to Highland Park.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that peat is just right at this particular point in the whiskey journey this evening.
Yeah, this 18 is just something awesome.
gentlemen, I have to go. I have some pretzels to eat and some sleep to catch. Okay.
All right.
Cheers, everybody.
John.
Cheers,
Thank
John.
you for popping on, man.
Thank you for
Appreciate
having
it.
us. Have a great week, guys.
So,
Happy
John.
Thanksgiving. Bye.
You too.
Cheers.
Simon coming in with the prison wallet.
What the
I
hell?
know.
It's
I
expanding.
see what-
Wow.
I don't know why, but my laptop keeps tilting over to the left. I think it's because T-Rob's on that side of the screen.
I'm pulling it over here.
Very well could be.
Get
Stop
that
pulling it over
equatorial
there.
Very
shift.
well could
Yeah.
be.
Didn't they say that about Bill Clinton or something? It leans to the left or something?
He didn't inhale. It's fine.
He
Okay.
did not inhale,
Oh, no.
and he did not have sexual relations with that woman
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
for a week. And then a week later, he did.
Well,
Not ever.
he had to think about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Depends on what the meaning of
think about it.
is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
we've taken a turn.
Do I want to do Monica or I want to go upstairs to Hillary?
What do I want to do, Monica, or do I just want to sit here at my desk and see what happens?
He was working.
You want a cigar, Monica? Is that it? Ed?
That's right. He was giving dictation.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Literally.
Dictation.
Oh.
It's like you check in a hotel with the name Richard Potato. Yep. Dictator.
That's right.
Richard Potato.
Oh.
Oh, goodness. So where did Mike take off to this weekend? I mean, I know why he was out and about, but
they were at some resort, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he said specifically where they were
I'll
going.
open it.
You're going to open it and give it a whirl?
Yes.
I'm going to crack the scotch.
Nice.
All right.
Ooh, the black label.
Yeah, give it a whirl. See what you think. And then you could tell them this year if you want the bigger bottle.
They got me a full-size bottle of Woodford Reserve and this little sample and a red label and a Crown Royal sample and some candy bars.
And candy bars.
And candy bars.
Yeah. The best thing is they gave the office is a whole. There's like 23 people in our office. There's gift cards to the butcher shop, so that's where I've gotten all the meat was with these gift cards. So I've got 2 big old pork butts and like 8 New York strip steaks and pounds of ground beef. And I still got some gift card money from the butcher shop.
Awesome.
So you talk about Crown Royal. If you see one of these hand-selected barrels,
I know. I've been looking for those, man.
Just buy them.
I'm told that they're pretty darn good.
Yeah, they're 103 proof too, so they're.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Crown you want.
Teeling Black Pits. All right, Eric.
Sugar Kitty, I don't want to know anything more about that story.
Oh, wow.
I guarantee you it's the time change, Alex. It does it to us all.
Oh, man.
The Johnny Walker Black makes for good engine degreaser.
Well, I do have an oil leak, so maybe that'll work.
There you are.
Find out where it's at. Degrease my engine and then.
Oh, yeah, she is, Jeff. Yes. Up at the Stanley. So what are you thinking, Mark?
It's kind of burnt meat.
Burnt meat. Okay.
Everybody say a prayer for Brian right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I just got a text from him.
I did too.
Cheers, Brian.
Cheers, Brian.
Tough spot, my guy.
Yes, it is.
My mom was in a nursing home for like 5 years and didn't know nothing. She didn't recognize anybody. It was sad.
That's how my grandma was on my mom's side.
And
yeah, she didn't even recognize my mom anymore at the end.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's never a good time, never a good way.
Oh, no.
But I don't know, dragged out or like some shit happens
Yeah,
abruptly, and then like, okay, that's enough. I don't know if that's better or hanging around and not knowing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I feel you, Brian. Cheers, man.
No. I just hope she's in a better place right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, man. Yep.
Well, you know, maybe after that third sip, it might get a tad better, Mark.
I mean, it's not bad. I say burnt. It's not really burnt. It's not like bad.
But that's what it. That's what
it's just it's just different, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The time I tried it, I almost got like a
bit
burnt
barbecue.
wood taste.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
one of my
reminds me of the
used to be one of my
Almost like
favorite.
a char. Yeah.
Yeah,
Almost like a
that's one of my
charcoal.
favorite highballs. So put that over
Yeah.
ginger ale. So that peat smoke over ginger ale is really tasty.
I got you.
Mm.
I know when we went to the Dominican Republic, they had a 4-bottle caddy in our room, and Johnny Walker Black was one of the things on there, and I'd never tried it before, so I popped it. And it was a fresh bottle that hadn't even been opened yet, so I popped it, tried some, and it was I could definitely pick up the smoke, that smoke char taste. Unfortunately for me, it was way on the front, and I didn't like it. So, but there again, that's when they were tainting all that liquor down there a few years ago. So you have to watch it. The only reason I knew it was good is because the bottle was still sealed when I opened it. So, but I did have some Jameson down there. I think that was tainted. I told the manager they poured me a shot, and I looked at it and I smelled it, and I called the manager over and I said, I don't know what's in that glass, but that ain't Jameson. And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, first off, it's the wrong color. And second, it doesn't smell like Jameson. And he kind of smelled it a little bit. He said, he told the bartender to dump that bottle and open a fresh one.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost, it looked almost yellow. It was, Jameson's got that real pale color to it. This stuff was, it almost looked like somebody dumped lemonade in it or something. It was. I'm glad I didn't drink
it. That is, but that's not Jameson.
It's not Jameson.
No. Now there's just some things Yeah,
that's
for sure.
They never admitted it, but I did some checking after we came back home, and they ended up arresting some of a few people that worked at that resort, and that's what they were doing. They were taking open bottles and pouring the liquor out of them, and then putting counterfeit stuff back in them, and then they were selling the real stuff out, outside when they took it home. Kind of a little black market deal there. Yeah. Because a lot of those bottles in those rooms, somebody crack it and drink 2 or 3 drinks out of it, and then the whole bottle's just sitting there. So they pour it out and pour something back in it that they thought looked like it or smelled like it or tasted like it, but it was probably ran through a bathtub and a radiator. I gotta have something here.
How's Donna going? Anyway, T-Rob?
She's doing good. She getting around on her foot a little bit better. She finished up her last day of physical therapy last week, and so far it's getting a little better. She's still having some swelling, and the doctor said that she could have that for several more months. So. But she can get up and walk around on it now a lot better than she could before.
So, no, that's good.
Yeah.
And she's going to
tell her we miss her.
I will. They miss you, baby. She said she misses y'all too.
You having some pecan whiskey tonight with her, Tim?
Well,
I tell my Miss Mom.
Is she going to throw a bra across the screen again?
Mark just said something about that. That unfortunately, the medication she's on right now, she can't drink anything. So she's having,
I'm the same at the moment.
Yeah. So T-Rob, is she going to throw a bra across the screen or not?
Probably not tonight. So. Yeah,
she ruined John's night. He was looking forward to that.
She's got this decanter to still have full that she can't.
That was still a funny short to see, but.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's nice. She got her own decanter.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's where in DC they had the trapeze room. So.
That's right. We had an darn apartment in DC, man. That thing was huge.
You had what we had last year.
Right. Yeah. Alex.
Whereas this year we just had a cupboard. We were flat out just fitting our luggage in there.
I know y'all. Y'all barely had room to move in that room.
So, Mark, were you going to be adding a bottle of the Johnny Walker Black to your collection anytime soon?
Probably not.
I don't blame you. I do not blame you.
I don't see myself going out after that.
It just, you either, it's one thing about that one. I know people that again, that love it. And then others just go, yeah, it is not.
I still got half a bottle, so I'm good.
Oh, yeah. You'll be good for years.
I still got half a bottle, so it's
fine. If somebody comes over and wants a pour, you're set. Do you a favor and say, absolutely, drink it all.
Maybe I'll put a ginger beer. That might be good, John, like you said.
Well, that's...
Usually peated and ginger ale is like one of my favorite cocktails.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I got a bottle of mezcal. I was like, oh, this smoky stuff is pretty good. So I made some cocktails with the mezcal. I don't think I actually drank it neat, to think of it. But several mezcal cocktails or used it in place of tequila. I'm like, yeah, I kind of like this.
I've got two that are more smoky mezcals here.
I thought maybe it'd be good. And then I had that quarter cask, which I liked. So, I mean, I guess you got to be in the right spot for it if you want something that way.
You do.
It's like...
Unless you're
I don't always get barbecue potato chips. Sometimes I get barbecue potato chips, and
yes,
it's like, okay, well,
yeah. Me, I could do
probably
Scotch any day. It doesn't make me a difference. But I will say this: if you have a Port Charlotte 10 and you're eating that steak, there is almost nothing better to pair that steak with than that Port Charlotte 10.
So I made an apple cider cocktail with my steak tonight. That was pretty good too. But bourbon and apple
like
cider,
I said, that's like when I know I'm having steak and I'm going to sit down and drink a Scotch. I just put that bottle of Port Charlotte on the table, and I pour a dram, and it is like heaven.
Well, I think I'm getting a sample of that. I'm not sure if I will or won't, but
for me, yes, you will.
Oh, okay.
Well, and when you have a steak for dinner, that's your drink.
I'm going to put it together with your ECPP samples now. So.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so when you're sitting down to one of those steaks,
I'll be happy to see what it's like.
That's what you have with it. I'm telling you, it's.
Yeah, you're not going to get that briny seaweed note with Port Charlotte.
That's whole different.
It's much sweeter.
I don't know if I've had any. Well, of course, I haven't had a bunch of Scotch.
What you got there, Tim?
The C923 Larson.
Oh, nice.
So I'm looking forward to opening up the bottle of Baller's latest ECBP pick.
Oh, I know. I saw that.
He's got another one from not like from last year, or does he do them repeatedly? Man.
Yeah, 135 something. This one.
It's not the one that was at Cheech's last year.
No,
different. Nice.
Well, last year he did two. He had his hazmat and almost hazmat.
I don't think it was hazmat that Troy had there.
Might have had the 139.
Okay. If you say so. That's what it was.
Hey, thanks, Alex. Appreciate that. But that's all it's meant to be.
Cheers, Moose.
But yes,
4 a.m. does come
3 a.m. comes early for me, so totally understand that. But it's just good to be able just to sit back and just chat and have a few pours.
Absolutely.
And,
Moose is still sitting in the hot tub.
I don't know.
Floating
you
his
still
whiskey?
in that hot tub, Moose, or have you decided to deprune yourself?
If he's been in there since yesterday.
If he's been in that long, he's gonna be a raisin when he gets out.
I told him. I said I saw his Glencairn float for when
Yeah,
he's
with the
in there. I
flavor.
said,
Yeah.
I think it's nice, but I said I think you should make it more on the style of a pontoon, but with a wooden board that you can put your Glencairn on for a more stable surface, and it'd be a little bigger to ride the wave of someone getting in and out. But I don't know.
Really overthink it. And they need like 4 holes. Just get like the Glencairn rack that you stand
I
them up
have
in.
one. It holds I think 6.
I got one that holds 4 of them to dry when you clean them. You can hang them upside down, but I guess you can put them right side up in there.
But yeah, I tell you, that Glencairn rack, I actually like it. So it's in the other room.
Inflatable
So
donut.
when I wash the glasses, I just take them over and I put them in that. And then like tonight, I grabbed a couple off and came in here, and I probably have 6 or 8 more still in the box in another china cabinet that I have other types of whiskey glasses in that I just don't frequently use. But if I needed them, they're right there. I just reach out and grab them and bring them out. But I pretty much use the regular Glens all the time. You know, I have regular rocks glasses. I have what they call them professional nosing glasses. Oh, that's the cast strength? Okay.
Cast strength batch 1.
Okay, I'm going to get out my batch 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one of these that's super wide at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And then it comes up, and it's got that little lip at the top.
It looks like Mizunara almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not as heavy on the bottom as the Mizunara looks.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. It's got a.
Cheers, Z-Man. I like that glass, though, T-Rob.
Cheers, Z-Man. Happy Thanksgiving.
Cheers,
I
Z-Man.
got a couple of these.
Cheers,
I got
Z-Man.
a couple of these twisted rocks glasses. They're twisted.
I have some of those, and we're trying to figure out how I'm going to etch my logo onto it.
Oh yeah, It's heavy right here, man.
Won't just etch like any other glass? Or you can't get it to set right because is the whole thing curved? There's no flat spot.
Yeah, there's no flat. Well, yeah, there's no flat spot on them. Even in between here is all curved. I don't know. You might go with a laser etch.
That's how they would do it, I imagine.
Yeah.
Well, my wife.
I don't know if it has to be perfectly flat or if it will.
She has this.
Glencairn's not flat; they're etched all the time.
Yeah,
that's totally
That's
curved.
true. I didn't think about it.
Excuse me.
But my wife makes this, and she sits there and does her crafts, and that's one of the things that she does, like the mug that Chris has. So when they were here and we were all out to dinner, you know, I gave everybody
cool
that.
Yep.
And Chris, you know, he got one, his wife got one, their niece, and then one for Ken. So they're pretty far away now as far as those go. There's not many of them. I can almost name the people. And JD Bourbon Approach, I know he has 2. Jeff has 1. And there's one more out there. Oh, Top Dog has 1. And I have a couple more waiting to be made. They're just not done yet. My wife's got to get the stuff made for it. And I've got 2 more ready to go. They're around here somewhere. Oh, one's behind me. So getting ready to get some things and together and get those out. But got a couple of travel mugs. And we're going to see how that goes and get the get my logo on it. So it's a trial thing. Some work great. Others, it's like, no, I just don't like the way it looks. And so, but the glass etching is a little more, it's not complicated. It's just a little trickier. and I have a cup up here, and I use it. It's just out of my reach right now, and it didn't turn out as well as both of us would have liked. So I've never even showed it to anybody. But she is working on perfecting it, because just like those Glens, it's okay to have that little bulge in it, but too much for the template. How do I say this? It just doesn't flow right.
Yeah.
It's like something misses. So, like I said, so we're looking at different glasses, and we're trying different things and seeing what works the best for what stuff that she has to do it. And she does all this herself. She makes the stencils. She hand colors the stuff. She likes to do it. So I just say, hey, make a couple of these, make a couple of those, and boom. And like the coasters, we're going to start working on them. She's had those for maybe 6-7 months, but now she's getting to the point where, okay, let me work on this logo to get it to fit these nice stone coasters. So I said, knock your socks off, babe. Just let me know when they're done. So we'll see.
He did say little bulge, so I think it qualifies.
Okay, Dave.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, DMC.
Hey, David. What's up, brother?
Oh, goodness. All right, let me get my Highland Park
DMC
cask strength.
What's happening in Louisville, Dave?
So you have batch 2, right, Anthony?
Yes, sir. I have batch 2.
Will the Johnny Walker rinse out of this Glen, Karen? Or am I done?
No, it will never. You'll have to throw that Glen away.
Yeah, just don't go to bourbon after.
Johnny Walker.
Matt Madness Glen.
Have a clean Glen to go to
You
bourbon.
have to rinse it in lemon juice and gasoline, and then let it sit outside for about 2 days.
That sounds like a new cocktail.
No, Pete isn't as bad as Amberana. That'll freaking coat a Glen.
Oh, Amberana, yeah.
Here we go. Release number 2 on the cask.
What's the ABV on that one?
Just put it up on the shelf and just look at it and remember how it used to be.
63.9.
One little rinse of water. It's good.
Okay, so batch 1 was 63.3.
63.9 on batch 2.
Yeah, it's 63.3 on batch 1.
So you're kicking me up a notch.
Oh, cool.
It's some phenomenal stuff, though.
Oh, it is. It's really good.
I love me some Highland Park.
I don't know. I think the last time I drank this might have been with you.
Might be. We were talking about this, but I think I was drinking with Marty. I think he's got batch 2 as well, and I've got batch 1. So we were talking about it.
That's possible. Now I have no problem mixing cask strength Highland Park with 15-year-old.
No.
This will take care of whatever's in this glass. Oh,
really, Jake? $70 for cask strength batch 3? Damn.
That's a good deal.
I got batch 1. This was actually a Christmas gift a few years ago. So.
It's running here between $89 and about $100 for batch 3. I didn't even know there was a little pamphlet at the bottom of this box until just now. And I've had this for a minute.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I just happened to look down at the bottom of it. Robust and intense. Huh.
Yeah, it says that on the box here too. That's.
Wow.
So you get the best of both worlds.
Predominantly in sherry seasoned American.
This thing really folded out. I wasn't expecting that.
Wow.
Did you ever get one of the really old bottles of the John's Lane?
No.
The old, there was a map that folded out with the old John's Lane distillery. And when it was still in a purple box yet, not the white tube.
Wow. I was just looking at the back, and it was making a reference to the peat labels, or peat levels, excuse me, on this. And the 10-year Highland Park has way more peat than cask strength number 1 or 2. The 12-year is slightly higher than the 10-year in peat level. 15 and 18 are neck and neck. 21 is about the same level as the cask strength releases 1 and 2. Well, now, I just learned something. I didn't know this was in there.
That's a moose. That's awesome.
I put robust in intense.
Robust and intense on my
I don't even want to know.
Oh, God, that's funny.
I don't even want to know about that.
Oh,
because for some reason I don't doubt it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Geez, 6 pours in tonight. Didn't seem like it.
But who's counting?
No.
That's a good night, man.
Well, okay, yes, I did just count, but I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, I got all these bottles here. I'm like, the only one I haven't
You just
opened.
want to make sure you're current, you know.
Well, you know, yeah, I still have fingers on this hand to go, so I'm good.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm good. Oh, I can't believe that this could get a little more vanilla and caramel with that honey note or heather. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna have to open that 14 on a stream because I haven't touched it yet. I've had pours of the Quinta Reuben, just haven't touched it yet.
Read Donald Rance's comment.
Robust and Intense is Alex's strip club name. If he were to open one.
Open one.
Robust. Intense. I'm sure he's been called a lot of things and maybe robust, but intense? Really? Come on. I don't know.
And that's in a sarcastic sort of manner, like meaning the opposite, right?
Yes.
In the ironic sense.
Robust is, honestly. Timid and
robust.
Fairly noticeable.
Mm-hmm. The $3.99 buffet, all you can eat.
That's right.
What's the food on the menu? That's what I want to know.
I'm commenting on that in chat right now. So
okay,
there you go.
You'll see it in a minute.
Be like Vegas Vacation when Cousin Eddie took him to the buffet. He's like, "It's all you can eat. We only need one plate."
Yeah. Go to the strip club and have the box lunch. There you go.
I'll have some of the yellow.
Reminds me of some of the yellow.
Some of the yellow.
Wow, was that flavor just so much more intense on that cask strength?
Yep.
Wow, I forgot. I mean, that first sip was just like, oh my goodness.
It's a good kicker though.
Well, at 63.9 ABV, yes, it's a nice kicker.
That's one I don't want to add any water to it either.
Oh no. And now I remember why I push it back on the shelf and put a couple more bottles in front of it. Yeah, I'd be going into that quite a bit.
Yeah.
But that is nice. Robust and intense. Yes. Let me see if I can read this writing. I don't know why they put silver writing on this box. I mean, the glare is maturated predominantly in sherry seasoned European and American oak casks and a small quantity of ex-bourbon cask hand selected by our master whiskey maker. Wow.
So that's a majority European oak.
Yeah.
So batch one is matured predominantly in cherry season American oak cask.
Hold on.
Maybe we need to do like a sample swap or something.
Yeah. Let me look at this one more time. Non-chill filtered.
What's up, Dan?
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Dan. Non-chill filtered to reveal this whiskey in its purest form.
God, Mark.
With a distinctive natural.
I heard a short of that online, so I had to repeat it.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Dan or
Yeah,
is
you
it
don't want to
Dan's-
repeat it. I got myself in trouble doing that, so.
That's why I didn't repeat it. That's why.
Thank you.
We better double check if it's Dan or if it's Dan's doppelganger. You don't know.
Yeah, it could be the other guy. You never know.
Yeah, that evil twin. Yeah.
He's actually not
Never know.
evil. He gets along with him well.
Oh,
he's probably nicer than I am, actually. So
Dan
I
is
guess
the
I'm the
evil
evil twin. Yeah.
I mean, the big thing is does Egg Roll put up with it?
They've never met.
I reckon that'd confuse the role.
It
Yeah,
might.
you should pull some tricks on the roll. Just like have the guy show up and while you do you stuff while you're not there.
Although we probably don't like smell the same, so
You never know.
dog sense.
The resemblance is
That's right.
uncanny.
He'd figure it out.
Yes.
I know his kids are confused by me, or were when they were babies. When I met them, they're like, "Who the fuck?"
You met his kid, but he didn't meet Egg Roll, huh? Wow.
Oh.
Well, what are you sipping on here, Dan?
Driftless Glen 51 Rye.
Nice.
This is really good. I
I meant to ask you that. Maybe I did. The 51 refers to barely legal. Is it like a 51% rye? Is that why?
Yeah, it's Maryland style. 51% rye mash,
okay.
51% alcohol,
Nice.
and 100% driftless, according to the bottle.
There you go.
100% driftless. All right.
Yeah, it's delicious. I hadn't had it until Friday when I went to the distillery, and I needed that to come home with me.
There you go.
It happens.
Mm-hmm.
It happens.
Look like you had some nice pickups at the lottery too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That Stag Junior is fucking nice.
Yes.
It's just Stag now, but it'll always be
Yep.
Stag Junior to me.
That's right. That's
You'll
right.
say that every time.
Mhm.
Every time.
And then A123. So.
Oh man.
nice
Oh, really?
pick. And I picked up a 94 proof pick from them too that I haven't opened yet, but
Cool.
it was supposed to be a barrel proof pick, and they accidentally proofed it down.
Oh.
So it's a 94, but the 94 picks can be good as
The
hell.
94s are good. Yeah.
And then they're also getting another barrel proof pick like soon because of the error on
Because of the air.
Heaven Hill's part.
There you go.
Well, you know, the 94 picks, depending upon the age, they're good.
I
But-
like them. I like them a lot.
Yeah,
Well,
there's some really good
but-
94 proof picks
Yeah.
out there.
They are. But, you know, for me, if you're going to get a pick, get it north of that. Come on. You know, get it up there 125, 128, 130. I mean, really, just if you're going to do a pick, do a pick.
Well, they tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I got it.
That was the intention. Yeah.
That was the intent.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was but honestly, I've been drinking
That's
I've been
horrible.
drinking a lot of lower proof stuff lately because of this bottle. Because of the hero.
We're just talking about
Oh, yeah.
that.
Mhm.
Picked one up today or yesterday.
I don't know. It's got me on a lower proof kick.
Good man.
Sometimes you just want something flavorful and sippable. Period.
Yeah, if it's still got a ton of flavor at lower proof, it's kind of the best of both worlds at that point. you know?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it'd be cool one
That's
time
right.
if they did one and brought it in about, you know, low teens, you know, like 110 to 114, somewhere in there, just to
Yeah,
see what it tastes like.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. Be interesting.
I mean, I get
usually,
that.
they're either
Same opinion with
94 or
Woodford
they're
too, but
at the top,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
Woodford
love it.
could
I
put
love to try
something
one of
out.
those in the
No
mid
mid
100s.
ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You reckon something around foolproof level, Rob?
Yeah.
Well, even if Woodford could do something like around 110.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean the stuff that the batch proofs are all good because
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
you know, throw some proof on
I've got
Woodford.
the fine and rare, the batch 16, and that's really good. It's only 90 proof, but it's all marzipan, almond.
Mhm.
It's really tasty, but something like that at a higher proof.
Oh yeah, a little higher proof would be even
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna break out the old Bell Mead.
Oh,
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, good plan. I'll go over there and get that one.
Yeah, man.
There you go.
It's not the
Well, you know, when you
113,
pull
it's the
out-
108, but it's still good.
Yeah.
It is good. I've
Oh,
got
the
one.
108s are awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That's where it's much safer for me being out here in the lounge room instead of in the bourbon room.
Have a good night, Ben.
Hey, good night, Ben. That sucks. If they tried to make us go back to the
Holy
office,
smokes.
Why
Oh,
would
wow.
you go
They're
back the week of
back to the
Thanksgiving?
office.
That's stupid. I mean,
Yeah.
They're
why
dragging
wouldn't
your
you
ass
start the
back.
weekend after or something? You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
maybe they think they're like doing them a favor because it's like a short week, so they can get adjusted to it.
So they
or
could do
something.
absolutely nothing for 2 days.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I took this whole week off. Fuck it. I'm not doing anything.
Understand how the online network people even need to be in an office at all anyway. I mean,
There
you
you
just-
go.
aren't you just
Nice.
using your machine to
Yeah,
There it is. I
That's
haven't
it.
even broken the seal on this sucker.
monitor
Oh,
or whatever,
wow.
or check or change or add? It's all.
2 101s.
But
When
I
I
know I
got-
got one of these somewhere. I just happened to turn around and go, ah.
I bought this one right before we went to DC to meet up with Chris and them, and this had been sitting in the liquor store for so long that these glued side pieces were
We're starting
they
to
were like
proliferate.
they looked like a helicopter.
roll.
They were sticking straight off the bottle.
Yeah.
nice.
These are starting to do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I glued them back down.
Curling a little bit.
Yeah. They were all the way out. They looked like helicopter blades. It was crazy.
Well, you know, you're not going to get that label anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And I haven't tried the new stuff to compare.
Oh, the
Nelson's Greenbrier.
yeah.
The Nelsons. Yeah.
No, there's people that are saying it's good.
I mean,
it flies off the
if
shelf.
They don't hide it. It's right there on the.
No, yeah, it says it on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, what's so stupid is my store's got a couple bottles left of the old, and it's $59. The Nelson's is $63.
Oh yeah,
Why would I pay $4 more when I know this stuff's good? You know?
right.
I got
And it's
another
old
one.
MGP, so I know it's
Getting
good.
to
Mhm.
Bourbon Junkies meetup in 22, and it was like $45 in the store in Indiana.
Oh man!
When you signed
Man,
up for their,
might have to get you to go and pick up one of those bottles for us, T.
there was
Exactly. There used to be a store here in town that had some of the old 113 proofs. And I had been in there several times, and they had like 2 inches of dust on them. They were way in the back. And when they said, they weren't going to keep sending them out, making them just in Tennessee, I went in there, and there was a hole where they were. I said, dude, what happened to you? Bell Meads. He said, oh, some dude came in here the other day and bought all of them. I said,
God damn.
Oh, man.
Is he wearing a moo-moo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably Greg McDonald.
That was the last time senior Mumu. That was it. That's
Oh.
on Vic's stream. He was senior Mumu last night.
Yeah.
Yep. Senior Mumu.
Yeah. Senior Mumu.
Oh my God, that's good.
It is good, man.
Well, it's not Scotch, but it's tasty.
Like I said, I forgot how much more flavor when you jump up in proof. I took that first sip on there. I was like, oh my gosh.
I tell you what I like too that's really close to this is that Clyde Mays 6-year special reserve at 110 proof, the red label. Man, those things are good for $59. That is a great bottle too. It really compares with this.
I've only had a friend left that here at a bottle share.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like that much left. And I didn't think it was that good, but he said it had been open for like 2 years and like low. Like he just brought it over for us to kill it. So
the last one I bought, I went through it in like 2 months. It didn't stay on the shelf long. And then I bought this one. Yeah.
I got a 5-year pick from Independent Joe that was really good.
Yeah.
There's a client
some of those 5-year picks are really
California. They were tasty. Like 102.
They're like 102, 103.
Yeah, it was good.
Somewhere in there. Yeah.
Hey, C. Jackson. Cheers.
So
cheers.
C. Jackson.
Cheers.
So are you staying home, Dan, for the holiday, or are you?
Yeah. We're hosting Thanksgiving here.
Okay.
For my family. So
nice.
I just put the bird in the fridge to thaw it out.
There you go.
A couple hours ago.
Are you deep frying it, or are you doing it the traditional way?
I've got one of those. I just got it. One of those like countertop roaster ovens.
Oh yeah, those things work.
Yeah. And then that frees up the oven because we're actually doing it Saturday. My brother and sister and families, they're all coming to town. So Friday, I'll like pre-make a bunch of shit. So then I just throw it in the oven Saturday, throw the turkey in the thing, and then I just start drinking and wait for the timer to go off,
Wait for the timer to go off. There you go.
There you go.
Hey, it's all about the prep work, man. All about the prep work.
Oh, it is. It is. I can remember my grandmother starting at least the week before in getting different things ready, and then in the freezer, and then the turkey was out probably come Tuesday, give or take, and then in the oven on Thursday. But she pretty much had the fixings ready to go. That boom, right in the oven after the turkey for sitting there for so long, and then she would then take certain things out because I don't know what it is about back east, but the original kitchen was always upstairs in the house. But when they redid the basement area and everything, they put a new kitchen, living room, dining room, and all this stuff. That was back in the 70s. But so she would then take the ready stuff and just put it in the ovens and stuff upstairs on warm, just to hold them while she was getting everything else ready. Yeah. Oh yeah, she 2 kitchens going
on to a science.
but for her to have 25, 30 people over was nothing. I never knew a Thanksgiving that didn't have like everybody packed in her house. Her nieces, nephews, and brothers and sisters, and then my grandfather's brothers and sisters, and of course then their kids. And then, of course, we were kids, but oh my gosh, to have the house packed like that.
We did at my cousin's house.
That's the way we did it. My grandmother on my mother's side. Man, we had some serious football games in the backyard too that morning before everything was ready, because she had a big giant yard. And, man, we would be playing football till they blew the whistle and said, "Come and eat."
Right.
And then we'd all run it, and they'd stop us at the back door and make us go wash our hands at the faucet before you even came in the house.
Yep. Yes, Donald, it's this Thursday here.
And then you got to eat at the kids' table.
Yep. Kids' table is the way to be.
Table. Which in that house there was there wasn't a dining room. There was a dining table in the kitchen, and then there was another big round dining table in the den, and then they had a formal living room. So you had 3 rooms of tables spread all throughout the house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, what
I
we're
remember
doing
when I
is
graduated from the kids' table to the almost adult table.
Yep. You thought you were living.
so we've got
big time in it.
our dining room table, and then I've got like a one of those folding table, like 6-foot banquet tables.
6-foot table, yeah.
And when we did Christmas here last year at work, so I just moved our regular table over and then put that one next to it, and then like put tablecloths on them and just made like one giant table.
Long table. Yeah,
That's
good, man. Yeah.
And it worked out perfect.
They didn't have those big old folding banquet tables back in the day. The little card table, perhaps, and whatever the dining table.
Oh yeah, I was
the card.
Yeah, when I was a kid, it was the card table with the the legs
You had
go
the 4
up
legs,
like, on
one
each
on each
side.
side. You had to pull out.
Snap. Yeah.
Pinch your fingers in that damn thing.
All the time.
Man, what you talking about?
Yeah.
Speaking of football, looks like Denver's actually trying to win a game.
Yeah, they just took the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, don't get excited.
There's 1 minute left.
Just like Pittsburgh.
No.
No, I'm not excited. I'm just amazed.
Yeah. The Vikings. Dan, you're a Packers
So
fan?
we're Denver fans.
Yeah.
So you're both you're anti-Vikings then?
Yeah, because
you have to
they
be anti-Vikings.
stink. I mean, they're not good. And their
know,
fans
they're
are
on streak.
annoying.
Yes, they are.
Their fans are worse than Bears fans. Bears
Dobbs
fans are
There's a
fine.
lot of fanfare going on for Dobbs nowadays.
Careful, you say that again. Tommy Deal coming.
No, that's the thing. Like
The Bears
Packers
suck,
and
the Bears
Bears
suck, the
fans can
Bears
give
suck.
each other shit and have fun, and Vikings fans are they're so fair weather that they either don't care or they get like really upset.
Rabid.
They come here, they get their ass kicked, and they're still talking shit on the way out of the state.
Yeah.
But
They just don't know when to stop.
I can't scold down the escalator. I'm like, you just got your ass kicked.
Yeah.
It's a 1-point game
Think
with
you're beaten and
1:03
go home.
left. And the Vikings are down by 1, about to get the ball
Yeah.
with a minute.
But they've got 3 timeouts.
I mean, the Broncos have been playing better lately.
Oh, well, come on. It's the Broncos.
I mean, they beat Buffalo Monday night, and then Buffalo turned around and blew out. Well, they are the Jets, though.
Well, you're talking Jets. That's not exactly fair.
Yeah.
Well, Donald, Reyes, you're 2/3 right most of the time, but the food is generally not bad. All the Thanksgivings I had, it's usually not bad food, especially when Grandma's cooking like Anthony's described.
Yeah. Actually, the food's usually really good.
This is the first year of my life that I don't have a grandparent.
Oh wow!
Wow.
My grandmother just passed away this past June.
Wow.
In 87. She'd have been 98 October 4th. So this is my life. I don't have any grandparents.
Wow.
Yeah, I've only got one left because my
mine's been
grandma,
gone for
my grandma passed away this year, so I just have my one grandpa left.
Yeah, my last one passed in 06.
Yeah.
My
grandmother was 99, I think, when she died.
Oh wow.
1995.
Mine might have been 05.
Like that.
I can remember back in the 70s, my great grandfather. So this grandmother that passed, her dad, and then her mom didn't pass away until the early 90s. So I remember her. As a matter of fact, I still have the card she signed for me for my high school graduation.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
And over the last few years, I would save her Christmas cards. So the last Christmas card that I got from her, I have. So when I get a new one, I throw out the old one because I want to save the last card. So I saved last year's.
There you go.
So what I would do, I haven't done it for a couple of years, but on my buffet, I put up pictures of relatives from the holidays, or like my grandparents, my uncle, an aunt, their service picture during World War II.
Oh.
I put them up. So the people that aren't with you anymore.
Yep.
So, and then I have a little display set up with the pictures and stuff on the buffet for them. But
that's nice.
So they are with you.
Well, they are. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm just saying, it was just started out as, oh, I'm going to put this picture up. And then it just grew and grew and grew and grew.
Right.
To include, you know, my wife's side and then my side. And the one that I'm working on and want to get redone is a picture of my aunt. And I forget the lady that's with her, but her name's on there. But it's her, that lady, and Bob Hope.
Oh.
So and you roll it out. Yeah. So they took a picture together. And so I want to get that redone and put into a frame. And then I have pictures of her in San Diego and about 100 and some other Marines, sailors, and other servicemen at dances they used to have at different halls. So when you roll this picture out, it's a big group, like class shot of them. And then, you know, my aunt's in the middle. I could tell it's her, and all these other service members from the period and stuff there. And then pictures of my grandfather, so my dad's side, when he was stationed in Honolulu, because when Pearl Harbor got bombed, he enlisted January of 42. And then Paris Island was full, so they sent him to California. So he was known as a Hollywood Marine. And then from there, he went right over to Pearl Harbor. And then from Pearl Harbor, he went to Midway. And then that's where he finished out the war.
My grandpa was actually supposed to be on the Arizona the day it went down.
Oh, wow.
He still had his transfer papers, but they held him for a day because another guy was going and he was running late from another base. So they said, "We'll just wait and we'll send you both tomorrow." And then it went down. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Unreal, you know.
That's the story right there.
Yeah.
The fact that you might not be here right now except for that.
Oh, I know. It's so weird to think
Exactly.
about. That guy running late is the reason that I exist. You know? It's just crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he still had the papers with all his military stuff.
So the thing that I want that I told my aunt, so grandfather on my mom's side, he was he landed Normandy, but he landed like 8 or 9 days after the initial invasion, only because of where he was in that massive wave. But he was in St. Lo, St. Mary Glees, Schornberg, of course, then the Battle of the Bulge. And that's where he got captured and spent time as a POW.
Oh, wow.
So they have, well, his mom got the Western Union telegrams listing him as MIA.
Yeah.
And then she also has the telegram from the Red Cross stating that they have been notified by the German government that he was a prisoner of war.
Oh, wow.
And then he had made a spoon out of an old bed slat and then carved the name of the town, Bad Orb, Germany. So Bad Orb, Starlock 9B like boy is where he was at.
In camp.
And I was watching a documentary many years ago, Netflix or something like that. Never heard of that, or never heard the name repeated other than by him.
Right.
And they talked about that particular one there. And he never mentioned it. Maybe he did not know. But they did a lot of bad things there at that particular camp. And one of them is the Jewish Americans were sent, some were actually, the prisoners of war were actually sent to concentration camps.
Right.
Others were sent to forced labor. And one of the stories that came off of it was about this group and what they had to do. And then, of course, years later, the survivors that went back and took people back to these areas and proved that, yes, this happened.
Right.
And the things that the atrocities that they were talking about that they had done to the American servicemen, particularly of the Jewish faith.
That's
so,
right.
But he never spoke about it. So maybe he didn't know. I don't know. But of course, he's not around for me to ask that. But I never heard that particular POW camp ever mentioned other than him. So go back to 1992, 94, somewhere in there, sitting in my office back in Pennsylvania, and a guy come in, and so I'm getting him ready for his exam and doing other things, and we're talking, and somehow got that, he's a veteran and was a prisoner of war, and I mentioned, oh yeah, my grandfather was too. He said, oh, yeah, do you know where your grandfather was? So I said to him, Stalag 9B in Bad Orb, Germany. And the guy looked at me, and his face, the expression just dropped off.
Oh.
And he said to me, he says, what did you say? I said, Stalag 9B. And he said, I was there. And he goes, when was your grandfather there? I said, were you there when the American tanks rolled up to the gate and the guards just opened it up? He goes, yes, I was there on the last day. Well, unfortunately, never was able to get him and my grandfather together. But I would have loved to hear the stories that poured out of those two at that particular time.
Yeah.
And I did tell my grandfather about it. I just never could get those two back, together again. But other than that, like I said, on television was the first time I ever heard anyone else speak about it, like on a program. And then years prior, one other person. And I feel terrible to this day that I couldn't get those two together.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that would have been really interesting.
Oh yeah, just to put them together.
Yeah.
That's like my wife's uncle. He was in Normandy. He was a member of the 2nd Ranger Battalion that landed on Omaha Beach, and he got picked for that. They had to apply for that assignment, so they went before if they wanted to, because the 2nd Rangers had not been put together till then. And he had to go see the colonel and apply with the colonel. And so he walked to the colonel's office. Colonel opened up his folder. He said, so I see you're from North Carolina. He said, tell me 3 things that you can do well. Her uncle, his name was Simon, and they called him Uncle Si. And he said he thought for a second. He said, I can plow a field with a mule. He said, I can drive a fast car, and I can make good homemade liquor. And the colonel said, I can use you. You're in. But he was on the beach. They landed on the beach. He got shot
Mike.
twice.
Oh,
cheers.
He got shot twice while he was on the beach.
Cheers, Mike.
He made it up to the top of the mountain, the hill there. They secured the beach. They patched him up. Didn't even send him to the hospital. Just sent him to the aid station. Patched him up, and they went in, inland, and set up, to move on into to Belgium and all. But he ended up getting 2 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star. When he was over there.
Damn.
A little short man, about 5'4", 100 pounds. But
my grandfather's got a Purple Heart, so that's on my list of things to get.
Yeah, my grandpa that's still living has a Purple Heart. The one I was talking about earlier, I don't think he had one. He was a medic
Yeah.
in World War II.
Oh wow.
And then
That's a
and
put
he
your
was
life in your hands with that job. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, he had some stories. Like I'd spent a lot of time with him when I was a little kid, and
Yeah.
so I heard all these stories that my dad and his brothers never heard because my grandma wouldn't let him tell them about it. You know, so I knew all this shit. Like he married a woman in France and had a kid
Hey,
like
good night.
during the war.
Good night.
Wow.
So my
And they didn't know, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I knew that." And my dad's like, "How the hell do you know all?" I was like,
Oh wow.
When I was young, we would just sit. He
Yeah,
would
but
just tell
don't
me
we-
stories about all. You know,
That's awesome, man.
about
I
being
didn't
over
I
there.
didn't get to talk with her uncle died several years ago. He was 92 when he died.
Mhm.
And I know about a year before he died, we had gotten a book from somewhere that was all kind of things, pictures and stuff from World War II. And we took it up there and gave it to him, and he was looking through that book, and he saw some pictures in there that he recognized from some different places, during the war. And then Donald just told me, I didn't know this, but after he came back from World War II, he did get locked up for hauling the illegal moonshine. He did about 2 years in federal prison for that. So,
Well, my grandpa got back, and then he went to Korea too. He was, I think, he was Marines in World War II, and then in the Navy, in Korea, or it could be the opposite. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
But he had a camera that he took, so he has all these pictures that he took over in Korea during
man, that's awesome.
But I was looking at it, I'm like, why is he so much older than all the guys he's with? Because it's all these young men, and he's balded out. You know, he's he's probably like in his 30s, but he's seen some shit, so he looks.
Oh yeah, hey, you age, that'll age you quick, man.
And my dad's like, well, when he got back, he got in a little trouble, and he could either go to prison or go to Korea. So he decided to go to Korea. So that was his jail sentence, was having to go to the Korean War.
And they would
Hey,
give you
that was
choice.
common back then.
Yeah,
It was. And it had nothing to do with wartime. It depended on the crime. And that was their thing to straighten you out. Okay.
Exactly.
You have
military
a choice.
service.
5 years hard labor or 4 years in the military.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, I have a really cool picture of him that one of his buddies must have taken of him. He's on a boat, in the sea with smoking a cigarette, and it just looks badass. And like, I want to get that blown up to put down here.
There you go. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it's a cool picture.
Mm-hmm.
That is cool.
My
that's like my great uncle, my grandmother's brother. He was in the Russian army, World War II. Did 10 years in prison during after the Russian Revolution from being in the Russian army. Finally got out, came to Australia, and then joined the Australian Army as an engineer for World War II up in Indonesia.
Oh yeah,
Papua New Guinea.
Damn.
I just saw something on a documentary, and unfortunately it was short. When I say short, 10 minutes, but they talked about the Australians special forces that they had during World War II, which I thought was pretty interesting at the time. I don't know if they quite called them special forces, but
they were commandos back then.
Yes, I was just going to say, I think they were commandos, but it was just interesting to watch that and see things unfold. And one of my grandfather's brother was in the army, so on my dad's side, and he actually after the war got stationed in Japan and was part of the occupying forces. And I just started thinking about this. I've got them around here somewhere. I'm going to really have to go and look, but I have a box full of pictures of him over there during that time.
Nice.
Yeah. And if I don't do something with the pictures, you know, I don't want anything to happen to them or them to, you know, fall apart, or I hate to say stick them in a photo album, but you know, you got to start doing something with them.
Right.
But I'm one of the last people that know anything about them and what they were. And that's the next problem the generations are going to have, is unless there are people, organizations willing to take them and archive them and save them, they end up in a landfill.
Right.
That's the thing. So I couldn't stand seeing some of that stuff get just tossed.
No,
couldn't.
No.
Couldn't. You know, I have tons of pictures. So one in particular of my wife's great grandfather, back when he was an officer in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, stationed at Camp Knox, long before it was Fort Knox. So think of the trousers they had, that the thighs were kind of like bulged out with the drill instructor.
Jobpers.
Yep. And then the leggings that pretty much, and the boots, and, you know, that went up almost to the knees and things of that nature. And unfortunately, I can't single him out in the picture because there's no one left to say,
cool.
oh, yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
But he's in the picture. And then they have their whole company picture. But again, don't know which one he is in there, but it rolls out, taken from way back when. And then I do have his diploma, because he was a electrical engineer by trade. So I have his diploma and a few other things, but God, I have so many of these older pictures. I mean, so many that we have to preserve somehow.
Yeah.
You know, for at least the next 30 years, and hopefully to find somebody that would be interested in taking them, like a museum, because there's nobody left. That is going to be the challenge going forward, is to see that this stuff gets saved, and that these memories are cataloged.
Just put them all on a thumb drive or a disc or something someplace, because everything's electronic these days. Huh?
Yeah, my Uncle Mike is kind of like the archivist of our family. Like, he has all the stuff.
Yep. Somebody doing a genealogy in your family, they might be interested.
Yeah, he's the one that's into all of that. Like, he's traced all the stuff back, and he's got like all the old photos, and he's going through scanning all of them, and you know, that's his deal.
Yeah, I had an aunt who was doing that many years ago. Unfortunately, now she's not really alert around these days, so it just kind of spins out at some point.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Time marches on for everyone. It's a thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Anthony, you muted?
Yeah, we can't hear you. If your mic came unplugged or something.
I'm back.
Tim's back.
Yeah, but it's Anthony.
No.
Yeah, Anthony's.
Zero.
Must have been funny. No.
You broke it.
Broke the internet.
No. Nothing.
Broke your audio.
What the hell happened in Vegas tonight?
All the F1 people left.
Yeah, that's it.
Sonic boom knocked out the internet, but we can still see him. Just can't hear him.
Alex, I don't know how to take that. So.
On
Floating?
a lighter note.
I'm floating semi-naked, thinking about all of you.
Oh,
I'd rather not be in your
That's
thoughts at that
wonderful.
point, but you know,
Well, he's
Oh,
so
there it
used to
is.
Marty looking at him, you know, when he's in
Yeah.
his room there.
Marty and a bottle of Malort. Yeah, that's.
Oh, I
Marty
found
was the front and center.
that picture of him in the
Oh, there you go,
fucking
man.
boat. It's
Nice.
kind of
There you go.
Yep.
but yeah, I want to get
That's
that blown
cool.
up big.
Oh, yeah.
Put that up on the wall
Mhm.
That's right.
down here. It's gonna be my my front. I'm gonna make like a secret stash cabinet.
There
Yeah,
you
so it
go.
just looks like a framed picture, but you can open it up. I'm gonna try to
Anthony just
rate it with
decided
like a
not to
remote
tell us
latch.
anything. Start using sign language, Anthony, because we can't hear you.
No, we got nothing.
It was a robust and intense hot tub moment.
Oh,
It's robust.
Thanks, Tom.
Oh.
Well, you can't speak evil, but we can hear you and see you. Oh, we can't hear you. I'm sorry. Can see you, and that's all there is there?
yeah.
Oh, she wrote.
We can't hear you, but we can. If we can't hear you, you can't speak it. So, Almighty Marty.
Hey, cheers, Faz.
Hello, Foz.
What's up, Faz?
The mighty Fuzz.
Just got to do a little quick restart, refresh, or something there, Anthony.
So I went to the deep end of the peat pool now.
I'll be right back.
Ooh, nice.
Compass box, no name, number 3.
I've heard of Compass Box. I don't think I've seen it. Then again, I don't have any peat, as I have commented.
Well, no name is their heavily peated experiments.
Heavily.
One of the flat packs.
Yeah, so this
I mean,
is.
the Port Charlotte tube says heavily peated on it, so.
Well, this is 74.7% Lafroig. So.
Wow, it's a
And
blended
then
thing.
Bowmore, which is another peated Isla. Then Mortlock, then Kleinlich, and then a Highland Malt. So this is like their highly peated experiment.
Yeah. Well, I saw the Lafroy's in the grocery store too. I was like, I don't know if I want to get one nowadays.
Ooh, Hedonism is a good one. I like that one. That's a grain whiskey. It's good.
Yeah, the Octomores were over $300 around here. So
Yeah, their
either.
price is ridiculous for a young whiskey now. I think the last one I had was 7.1, and it might be one of the best peated I've had.
Dog's really liking the rain.
Did you mute yourself somehow, Anthony? What's the deal there? No idea. Can't hear you. Yeah.
Moose, yeah, just don't move the Marty poster above your bed. That'd be wrong.
Microphone. Yeah, he's got Farrah Fawcett and Marty right next to each other over his bed. Just in case, how the
one doesn't work, I'll use the other one.
Yeah. Something like that.
I'm going to blame Stahl for jumping in the chat.
Yeah.
Everything
showed up.
Everything went sideways.
Anthony went mute, and Alex is floating in his hot tub with visions of whiskey tube in his head.
You put Marty poster on the headboard, dude. What the?
Put it on a footboard where you can see it.
So your wife could go cowgirl and stare at Marty the whole time? Or
No, he put it on the ceiling. He pretended it was a mirror. It's like, I'm Marty now.
Yeah.
Once.
We lost Anthony. Hopefully he returns
Yeah,
shortly.
hopefully he's got audio when he comes back.
He's exiting, come back. Uh-oh, I'm in the hot seat here. What's going on? So, yes, quite.
It's like where Sean disappeared on Friday night. And I was, Seaman and myself, I think.
Yeah.
We're trying to entertain everybody. All of a sudden, there was like a power outage at Sean's house.
Oh, power went out. Interesting.
Well, so he said he tripped a breaker or something.
Yeah.
Reckon, but...
Oh. Delightful.
So, Dan, you're probably not streaming Thanksgiving night?
Oh, I'll be streaming.
Oh, okay.
Sweet.
Curiosity. There you go.
Yeah, still
With
with
the,
COVID, my parents keep to themselves, so
the
I'll
theme?
cook dinner and I'll be here by myself. So, yeah.
When I was a regular bar patron, Thanksgiving and Christmas were like my two favorite nights to go out.
Mm-hmm.
You just saw all the fucking boys. Yeah.
Wednesday night was freaking crazy.
Pre-Thanksgiving, Wednesday.
Yeah, then Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, that was
Yeah,
fun.
that was.
Everybody
that's
came
always
back to town.
high school reunion
Oh, yeah,
time.
yeah. All the reunions and
Yeah. But the Thursday night it's like
the local football game between high school guys, just whatever.
Yeah, just wait till dinner's over and then the bar opens at like 5 or 6.
yeah, but yeah, we'll have dinner with Aaron's parents on Thursday on actual Thanksgiving, and then pop on later.
I'm gonna try to smoke a turkey breast on Friday after Thanksgiving because we're gonna go out to eat on Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, really?
Get a Cracker Barrel Thanksgiving dinner, and then
nice.
The next day we'll see if I can smoke a turkey breast. It's thawing now.
T-Rob, you're on mute.
You were back, but you're muted.
There you go.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I got right down
chicken fried turkey.
Nice.
That's right.
With the white gravy.
That's right, Shelby. I'm filling the hole on Thursday because
and Friday and Saturday, and whenever the opportunity presents itself.
I want to be with your boys,
We got to run down to Nemus on Black Friday.
Thankful for my boys.
Yeah, that's my boy.
So Black Friday, Nemus has got there's an Obtanium single barrel that's coming out, and then my friend Sean's holding me in the entire flight of BCS in the background. So.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out Friday and just get. I'll see what they have for BCS. I want to at least just get the regular because I just want to probably the week after that open them up. The Bardstown that I have finished in BCS with a BCS,
Yeah, Nemus has got a 9-year Obtanium high corn single barrel bourbon coming out on Black Friday too. So I'm gonna get that and then the BCS.
Yeah.
It's not a light whiskey, it's a bourbon.
Yeah, it's a bourbon. It's a high corn mash bill.
Wow.
9-year.
I don't know where they got that from.
Yeah.
Probably MGP.
It's not
I
mellow
would
corn.
think so, yeah.
Yeah. What's the proof on
it's
it?
either MGP or they've got
Little Heaven Hill corn whiskey.
there's been one that was what do they call it? Kentucky or something like 3 or 4 years ago that was literally bean corn whiskey. That was tote.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, the tote whiskey.
Which I wasn't a fan of.
Really?
Yeah, there was some Obtanium that was a high corn beam that really I was not a fan of. So we'll see how this one comes out.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to getting the one Eagle Rare BCS and then the Bananas Foster one.
Yeah, I might try to get that Bananas
pricey
Foster.
ones, right?
What's that?
They're probably the more pricey ones, so they're $30 or $40 a bottle. Or
Yeah,
50.
I think the last ones I bought were the 2020, and I think the Old Forester birthday bourbon was like $35.
Yeah, I think was it.
But it was so good. It's like the chocolate covered cherry cordials you get at Christmas.
And last year's, I don't remember what it was, but those things were like $50. I was like,
Yeah, there was an
no,
old Fitz last year, I think.
not buying a bottle of beer for $50.
Yeah, I have a hard time with that too because it's beer. Like
Mhm.
you're gonna open it, you have to drink it right then.
Yeah.
You know, it's just kind of like.
I mean, I like the stout, the regular old stout for like 14 or 12 or whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
you take a swing at that once a year, like sure.
I thought about getting that coffee one last year because it was like 20 something, but I never saw it to get.
I think it was 2 years ago. I just got the regular and the cola.
The regular one is really good though.
I'm honestly not a huge fan of all of them. Well, I liked it years and years ago when it would be on tap at places.
Yeah.
That was the best.
That's the way to do it if you're going to do a stout.
But here I've like sausage balls for an afternoon snack. Okay.
Oh, yeah. But
I'm not sure that's a thing. I never heard of that until just now.
I guess we're not doing phrasing anymore.
You've never heard of sausage balls? Oh, my
Is it
gosh.
like is it like a meatball but like biscuit in?
It's sausage and
beef,
biscuit flour and cheese, and you roll them up and bake them. Oh, they're so good.
Oh, that sounds okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, no, those are fucking amazing.
Oh, dude, I could tear those up, man. Good cold beer. Oh shit.
That's right, Donald. Yeah.
I have friends from Iowa, and they have a thing in Iowa called fucking ham balls. It's like they make meatballs out of ham.
You know what they say about men in the Mid-South?
Hey.
Yeah.
He's back.
It's like Wisconsin and cannibal sandwiches.
Well,
there you go.
Is it better?
It's better.
I have no idea what happened. Everything just started to.
Oh, we forgot to play. We couldn't hear them.
That's all that we're saying.
It was the ultimate in technical difficulties. So.
It's
called Mike Stoll.
That's why it's a live stream. It's the St. Bernards that came into my stream from Scotch Down Under.
Oh, nice.
I'm telling you. I talked about that with him this morning.
They threw the whammy on you. Yeah.
They're here. I'm telling you.
Huh.
I'm telling you. But
We also
I
inspired.
no idea.
Anthony when he came back. We forgot. Damn it. That'd have been better.
That would have been better. Yeah. Exactly, Donald. Exactly. I mean, I was like, what in the heck is going on here, people? But anyway, right now it's worked out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
man.
Spicy sausage.
Oh.
Okay, then.
So what's funny is on my end, it's showing the mic working. It was showing, everything. I don't understand it.
Yeah, that's weird.
But yeah.
Couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I've talked about this before. Been having some issues with internet connection. No rhyme, no reason. When it kicks in, it just happens, and you're at the mercy of your provider, and that's that. And I didn't have any indications that anything was crashing because I watch it.
Right.
To see what's going on. And generally I will be able to tell. And all of a sudden.
Well, if your provider's anything like mine, it's horrible. So,
well, I know it's going to sound weird, but when I stream 2 hours plus, you flip a coin if things are going to happen. So I'm at almost 3.5.
The gremlins start coming out after a while.
Yeah. And I don't know what it is, but nothing.
They only guarantee a minimum bandwidth for a certain amount of time, and then all bets are off.
You know what? That's true.
Throttle you.
Yeah, that's true. And so I'm wondering, but I never get the notices that say, "Hey,
it's unlimited
at your limit."
Until
you're unlimited.
Throttle you back. Yeah,
you're unlimited, but you're limited on speed.
Exactly.
There you go. And I think I can't prove it, but I think that's what's happened.
Yeah, it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Hitting you a little bit.
I thought the Breakfast of Champions was cereal with beer in it.
Me too.
Isn't that Wheaties and a beer? You know,
Wheaties or cornflakes and a Bud Light, something like that.
Wheaties,
exactly.
yeah.
Whatever you had in your refrigerator in college that would
With
substitute.
Michael Jordan on the box.
Now the best Wheaties was the one with Jim Belushi on.
Oh, mini chocolate donuts.
Live skit with the chocolate donuts.
The chocolate donuts, yes.
And he's sitting there smoking a cigarette.
Yes.
Along the Model Miles.
Marv Albert narrating is running the decathlon or whatever the hell it is.
He won the decathlon. Hey, if you look back now with who really won the decathlon back then, Belushi probably would have been a better person. Because that he is now a she. So, yeah.
Oh, Caitlin?
Yeah, Caitlin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Not without the Ritz. Dude, I cannot survive without the Ritz crackers. You got to have them.
Gotta have the Ritz.
And a protective tube of Ritz. Wow.
I'm not the Ritz. I'm the Townhouse.
The Townhouse is good. Townhouse I like to dip in the butter. So these I can just eat straight out.
Townhouse and cheese.
I got some crackers that I haven't opened them yet. I'm opening them on Thanksgiving where they're like Thanksgiving stuffing flavored crackers.
Oh,
really?
From Aldi.
No.
I imagine it's going to be kind of like a chicken and a biscuit situation.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing either.
Dude, if you could get some of that gravy dip like they use at at Dairy Queen for their chicken tenders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, if you could dip those crackers in that. Ooh.
And if you could actually have chicken tenders to put in there, yeah. It'd be even better.
Exactly.
Or that gravy from Cracker Barrel that they put on that chicken fried steak.
Crackers and then put it in the gravy. Yeah.
Yeah, T-Rob, go to Cracker Barrel, that white gravy on the chicken fried steak.
That's what I get. I get the chicken fried chicken, but with the white gravy.
Yeah. I love chicken fried steak.
Now they got chicken fried turkey with the white gravy.
That could be good.
They just added that to the menu for this month.
That could be good.
What? No turducken?
Yeah, the Friday special was turkey tenderloins. Fried turkey tenderloins is kind of like the.
Yep.
Like that.
I just have to drive almost to Milwaukee to get a Cracker Barrel now.
Oh gosh.
You know,
I've never been to one.
Since they put Cracker Barrels
5
here
minutes.
in Vegas, I can count on one hand how many times I've been there. But when they were in Utah, like an hour and a half away, I would plan a Saturday or a Sunday morning just to
so
go
you'd end up there.
Yeah.
Now I got one about 3 miles
And
away.
they're all by the exit, so it's just a stop on the road. It's just it's a road trip.
And guess what?
Yep.
I can't remember the last time I was there now.
And it's 3 minutes away.
The one up here, we have a chain from Iowa called the Machine Shed that took over the Cracker Barrel, and the Machine Shed is amazing.
Wow. The Cracker Barrel closed? Wow.
Yeah, the one here near me in Appleton. There's one in Milwaukee. But
wow.
Yeah,
we
I
got
never.
But there's a chain
one
from
about 30
Iowa
minutes
called
away.
Machine Shed that is really good.
There you go.
7 minutes. From my door to Cracker Barrel, basically.
Nice.
Not that you count, right?
And the
Never
wife
been
still
to
can't
one.
make it on time.
Yeah, not up account.
About 7 or 8 hours from ours.
Really? Mm-hmm. Do you have to take a boat?
Where else can you get fresh biscuits and blackberry jelly? You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it does sound delicious.
Mm-hmm.
This is.
Hey, Shelby, you're not wrong. That hash
Oh, that hash brown casserole, yes, sir. That's a good one.
Look,
Yes, sir.
but I said this before. The best grits I ever had was at Waffle House.
Oh yeah, Waffle House definitely way up there.
I had some cheese ones in New Orleans that were pretty phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
Cheese girl.
You know what?
They're so good.
I would put the stuffing or AKA dressing I'd make it separate.
Yeah, that's the way to
Then-
go. You make it
Then
separate.
put it
Yeah,
inside
yeah.
the bird.
I'm making my mom's dressing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which was
You
my
don't put it-
grandmother's dressing, which was my great grandmother's dressing.
You're not putting it in there also? No, it's not in the bird stuffing.
No,
No.
because it like fucks with everything.
Yeah.
Shit
Yeah.
gets dried out.
You got to have that dressing where it's in a flat baking dish,
Yeah,
where it's about that thick, and you get that even brown crust all the way around the edge.
yeah.
And some people want the wetter, so they go to the middle.
Yeah, I like
And
the
some
middle
people want the
stuff.
drier, and they go to the edge.
148.
Well, I
And
cut
you gonna put that.
Stove top.
I cut the backbone out and I spatchcock the turkey,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
I'll soak that in buttermilk for a couple days, and then put it
That's
in the
chocolate, or maybe look like a
Butterfly.
frog. Or do you frog it? I saw somebody doing the frog turkey.
I'm a happy man.
Yeah, you cut it like the
Oh,
breast
yeah, that
and the leg
old-timer
part down the middle,
breakfast,
and you flatten
absolutely.
open, and it looks like a frog when you flatten it out there. It's like
Yeah, you just same thing you do with the chicken. You just break the breastbone once you cut the backbone out,
Yeah,
and it just lays
flatten it
flat.
right out. Yeah.
Aaron's mom makes all the giblets and organs
Oh,
and
yeah?
hearts, and she gives them to Egg Roll as treats.
Nice.
Oh man,
he
that's
goes
nice,
nuts.
dude.
No, there's a
Oh,
picture on the
that's
internet how you do
well.
the neck and the giblets.
There's a wild
Nice.
turkey for you.
That makes some
Look
really
at
good
that.
stock, and then you put that in the stuffing before you put it together.
Yep.
My friends just grabbed me 6 bottles of it.
Oh,
The 12-year 101.
I'm
nice.
making a
Oh man.
I'm making a stock with like the carcass. Once it's all carved.
That's what I do.
Carcass,
And
there
like
you
I'd
go.
make soup for like a month after.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That'll be-
man. Yeah, cook it
Mm.
down.
Four
Yeah,
bottles
make
for
some
me, 2
stock.
for my brother.
I'll make like vegetable soup, and I'll put the wild rice in it too.
Oh yeah, there you go. It's gluten free. Oh,
That's where you need like the loaf of French bread and a jar of Dukes for like the week after.
ooh,
So you
man,
can just make
yes.
sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
Put some
Dude.
Duke mayonnaise and sprinkle some hot sauce on that.
I remember one time. This was years ago when I was in college. We came home for Thanksgiving, and I went to a buddy of mine that we were best friends growing up. I went to his house for Thanksgiving, and they lived out on the lake, and we stayed out there all weekend, went hunted all weekend and stuff. And then we were gone for another 2 weeks. And, we were in college, so we got through with our exams, that first week in December. So we came home and we were going to go hunt that Saturday, and we went to his house and we opened the refrigerator and there was some leftover turkey in there. And we got it out. We're like, I don't know if I should eat that.
I like how you put the air quotes.
Yeah. It's been in the refrigerator for 2 weeks.
Oh
And we're like, I don't know, we're not going to eat it. And his cousin walks in. He's like, hell, let me see that. He takes the Duke mayonnaise, just slathers it on there, puts like 3 pieces of turkey on there, eats it. We go hunting, dude. We ain't in the field an hour. And this dude is running for the woods. He crapped in his pants so bad.
Yikes! No.
And we're like, dude, we told you that
2-week-old
stuff was too. He said, well, I put all that Duke's mayonnaise on it. I couldn't taste it. It was bad.
Oh god.
Oh man, Duke's mayonnaise and hot sauce on a turkey sandwich.
Oh, the Duke's
Man, it'll
mayonnaise,
be-
dude. I love it, man.
After
Love it.
Thanksgiving for like the next week, anytime
Yeah.
we go like
In a minute.
near the refrigerator, Egg Roll will come running, thinking that we're getting turkey out.
He knows there's some leftovers.
Yeah. He's like a crackhead. And he's just shaking like there's
Right.
turkey in the house. I know there is.
Nice.
Oh,
So our
getting the
dog,
DTs.
Yeah.
our dog knows chicken.
Oh yeah.
And if you just
that
mention
crock
that
pot
word to
dressing
her-
probably good.
Oh, Shelby, oyster the moose.
It's just
Nice.
oh,
Oh wow.
that's God, that's funny. Whew. Mm.
Oh man.
Oh mercy.
Moister than Moose's hot tub. Well,
my friend Todd does the white.
That should be a t-shirt.
I don't know what to say about that.
He like buys the White Castle burgers, the frozen ones, and makes that into fucking dressing.
What?
Weirdest thing I've ever heard of, but he swears by it. And he loves it.
Okay.
Wow.
Hey, probably sprinkle a little cheese on the top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to go.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, folks.
That does sound pretty good. I will say.
So, I'm not a bit hungry, but sitting here talking about that stuff, it's like I can eat a turkey.
Yeah, I could definitely.
Gordon Ramsay did like the old F Word show back in England, and he had Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear on there, and he asked him like once, "Hey, Jeremy, do you know what an aioli is?" And Jeremy's like, "Isn't that the thing around a nipple?"
Well, he's not far off, right?
Just put an R in there. You'll be all right.
Yeah, that's where I would love to be over in LA and have some of Ed's turkey breast for.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Because what he brought to Vegas was absolutely freaking phenomenal.
Yeah,
I haven't heard hide nor hair from him for a minute.
Yeah.
He was in big chat yesterday.
Yeah, he's been on a little bit.
He was in Vic's chat because he put an extra sample pack in there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's just been flat out with work.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't heard hide nor hair from him since we had dinner with him.
Yeah, turkey titties, as Vic would say.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't get the same sort of turkey over here.
No.
They got turkey, but
dude, I can go about 10 miles in any direction to hit a damn turkey farm around here. They're everywhere down here.
Well, see, that's the thing. They give people here like one turkey permit a year, but they're literally an invasive species. Literally, you can almost hit one any day on the road.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, there's a field 2 miles from my house, and the other week I counted over 30 in that one field alone. I mean, it's and the road where I go in to go to my job, I see anywhere from 5 to 8 crossing the road about every other day for the past 2 weeks. And they just look at you because they know they're on private land and you can't shoot them. I'm like, I do have a crossbow.
It's like I want to take a picture. I'm like, hey, we have 2 handles and like a bunch of airline bottles all in the natural habitat. I could slip into those woods with that crossbow and not make a sound and come home with a turkey.
Yeah.
They know that. They know that they're on private land, so they can't be hunted.
Oh, they've never been shot there before.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, these animals around here, the turkey and the deer. This big field down the road from my house, that's on the main road, you'll see turkey in the middle of the year. You'll see deer until the week before the season opens. And then you won't see them for nothing for the whole season it's in. And then the week after, they'll be right back. I mean, it's just, they know who's going to be where. Exactly.
Yep. They don't know shit. They got animal brains.
Are you talking about real turkeys, Donald, or are you talking about like pedestrians?
Turkeys
you scare a deer. You scare a deer. They don't care. They'll run right into more danger.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Turkeys are super skittish, though, aren't they? Like,
I tell you,
you got to wake up before dawn
yeah.
and get out there and hide, or if they can
When
sense you're in the area.
Well, it's funny because during the year, you see them at all times. And I've seen them. I've seen them early in the morning. I've seen them mid-afternoon. I've seen them late in the evening. it just depends. A lot of it depends on, how, because this year we've had a lot of unseasonal weather. We had a real warm winter. We had a very hot, dry summer. We've had a very mild fall so far. And usually when that weird weather happens, you see them a lot more. When we have more of the traditional weather, you don't see them as much.
Oh yeah.
When I was a kid hunting back in Pennsylvania, so this had to have been in like 82, 83.
Yeah.
I'm going through the woods and I realized I can't see anybody to my left or right. Well, I know somewhere in front of me is the road, so I kept walking.
Right.
The more I kept walking, the thicker the bush got, and then next thing you know, I'm into a pine grove and I'm hunched over or whatever, and I walked through there, and finally, just where I could see a bit of a clearing, I started walking, and all of a sudden, this flock of turkeys let loose and come up through that trees. I thought them suckers were coming down, as in the trees. I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't know whether to shit or wind my watch. You talk about scare the crap out of me. Them things took
around
off
here's the quail.
Woo! Well, them too.
Around here's the quail. You walk up on those quail when you're walking in the woods. Those things. I mean, you can be right on top of them before
they fly up.
Off. And
we've got the sandhill cranes here, and they are so annoying.
Oh my God!
I laugh now, but I tell you what, I'd give anything for a shotgun at that time. That old 30-30 just isn't going to cut the mustard on a couple of turkeys.
You got to be a pretty good shot for that.
The good old lever action there.
Yes, sir. The first gun I ever used
was it a Winchester or Marlin?
That's what I started hunting with. Open sights, no.
So was it a Winchester or Marlin?
Yeah.
The first one was a Winchester.
Okay.
The second one was a Marlin.
Yeah, I had both of those.
A Remington. Well, I couldn't buy it, but I got a Remington 7600 pump in 243. Put rings and
the
scope
7600.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wish I never would have sold that thing.
I always liked the Marlin because it was a side eject instead of the top eject.
Yeah, I went from the Marlin 30-30
actually,
to
the Marlin seemed to
Ruger
have a
30-06.
better barrel on it. Yeah.
Ruger 30-06 was my favorite
gun.
gun.
To hunt in the woods.
Well,
we used to hunt in these hills, and it was really thick. I mean, your farthest shot from a stand might be 50, 60 yards. And his grandfather bought him a Ruger. It was based on the Ruger 1022, but it was a 44 Magnum carbine.
Mm-hmm.
And that little rifle, it was the same size as the 1022, but it shot a 44 Magnum round with an 18-inch barrel. And that little thing from 100 yards was deadly on deer. I mean, that boy killed I don't know how many deer with that little 44 Ruger.
Yeah, mine was a Ruger. It was
I always had
model
just a shot
77. So it was a 30-06 bolt action. I love that gun.
30-06. Yep.
Yep. Ruger. It's great.
So when
my first deer rifle was a Savage
300 Win
Go ahead.
300 Winchester on that Savage.
270.
Yeah.
243.
What was it?
Yeah, I had a 270 Savage.
Okay.
I still do.
Mine was a 270. Yeah.
So the dumb things
I had
I standardized. I got a 308 and there you go. I got a Thompson Contender Venture 308, and then I've got a Mossberg 6.5 Creedmoor.
Oh, you want to reach out and touch somebody?
Build that.
Yeah.
I've shot it. I haven't put a scope on it yet because I don't have anywhere to hunt this morning, a couple 100 yards. But yeah, if I was shooting long range, that Creedmoor is accurate.
Yes, it is. It, excuse me, it goes straight.
That was a flat shooting round. Yeah.
I've got a Browning Model 5 in the basement, semi-auto. That's a 12 gauge. It was my grandpa's shotgun, but he died in 1954, so I can't tell you how old that thing is.
Wow.
But it's got the screw-on barrel.
Yep. Interchangeable chokes, I'm sure.
Yep. So it's probably a 1940 something model.
Nice.
Well, if you had an original Sears,
I
and
used to have
Roebuck
it.
one, you'd really have something.
There you go. Oh, heck yeah.
Sears and Roebuck.
I used to have an
actually
Ithaca Model 37 12 gauge pump that did the bottom of
yeah, my
check
uncle
just like
has.
the Browning BP.
My uncle
yes.
has one of those.
Hey, since Dustin's here,
kick
cheers. That's what
myself
I'm
for
drinking
selling
right now.
that gun.
I know Dustin loves this one too.
There we go.
Compass Box No Name 3. Heavy
Yeah, that
Lefroy.
Ithaca was, man, that was a nice gun.
Yep, my uncle had that thing, and it was a featherweight. And I tell you what,
Yeah. Oh,
that
yes.
was a nice shotgun. I don't know if he
Those
still
were
has it. I gotta ask my
beautifully made
cousin.
guns.
I gotta ask my cousin
Yeah.
about that. But man,
Oh, I could have killed my uncle. So my dad, when my dad was in the service back in the 50s, he was stationed overseas, and while he was in Europe, he bought a World War II era Luger, a P30, not a P30, but a German Luger, 9mm, and he sent it back to my uncle in the United States, who was about 5 years younger than him, and he said, "Hang on to this till I get back, to the States." And so he was over in Europe for a couple of years, and then he came back and got out of the Marine Corps. And in the meantime, my uncle, in his infinite wisdom, traded the Luger for 2 Remington 22 rifles, which back then were like $50 a piece, And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That was my heritage, man, and you sold it for junk.
Yeah.
Well, you know
I
what?
was so mad at him when I found out
So
about
did he
that.
take it off a German soldier then, or
allegedly?
I don't know. I don't know what the lineage it was that on it was, but just the fact that it was a wartime Luger,
yeah,
and it had all the German markings on it and stuff. I would have just killed to have gotten that gun, and for my uncle to trade it for 2 pieces of trash, basically.
Yeah.
So what did your dad say when he came
22 rifles.
when he came back?
Oh, they had a big falling out about that for a couple of years before they.
I can
finally got
imagine.
over it, but,
He said, "Don't sell this till I get back."
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's like, hold this till I get back, not sell it before I get back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or trade it.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I can
And
understand
then I had
that.
on my mom's side, on my mom's side, my granddad had 2. And I don't know anything about these guns. I've never seen them before. I only was told things by my grandmother and my uncle. But my grandfather had a couple of, he had a side-by-side and an over and under 12 gauge shotgun that were antique when they had them. And my uncle traded both of them for 2 hunting dogs and he didn't hunt. I don't know why he traded them.
Just wanted some dogs.
He traded these 2 shotguns for 2 dogs. Yeah. That he never took. I'm like, what the hell,
Yeah.
And that was when I first got big into guns, and I was like, yeah, I just couldn't figure that out. I was like, damn, dude.
Well,
And he didn't even know
when I
what they
had-
were, so there's no telling what they were.
Yeah. That's like me when I got rid of that 243. I had to have a 444
Yeah.
Marlin. And why?
Oh,
I
yes.
will never know, and to this day. But
yeah,
I can tell you the thought in my head is when I pulled that thing up, I wanted the mountains and the trees to just part ways.
To shake. Exactly.
True story. I took that to the
444
range.
Marlin ain't nothing to play with right there. Woo.
It isn't.
Yeah.
It isn't. I took it to the range, just put new rings, new scope on it, you know.
Yeah.
Got a bench, got 2 boxes of shells, got my spotting scope up, the whole 9 yards. I mean, I'm in hog heaven.
Really?
With it. So I set my targets up. I come back. I put the flag in the ground because, you know, if you go out, you take the flag with you, and everyone knows if the flag's not around, you look out. Yeah. Okay.
Somebody's downrange. Yeah.
Exactly. So I come back and I put a shell in there and close it up, and I'm looking down there, and I got my tools out there in case I got to adjust the scope, you know. I let that first round off, and that thing reared up and kicked me. My eyes got bigger than $50 because I knew it would kick, but I didn't know it would kick like that. And so it actually caught
that
me
recoil impulse. Yeah.
Oh. So I thought, well, I must have been overcome with dumb and didn't put it against my shoulder. All right. So I shook it off. I put another one in there, and I look. It wasn't too bad. Yeah. I made sure that thing was nestled in there just right. And I'm looking, you know, I take my breath. I exhale. I hold my breath, pull the trigger. That thing come back and hit me again. I was in disbelief. Now I'm on a bench. Okay. And I stood up and I'm holding my shoulder. I'm like, I couldn't believe the kick on that mule.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I stood there for about 5 minutes, just like, what the heck? You know? So I'm like, I can't be firing this thing. It's going to rip my shoulder off.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I had to do it one more time, but standing, because I'm not on a bench.
That must have been the bench.
Right. I'm gonna put my full body into this.
Take a little bit less when you try to hold it up yourself free-handed. Don't worry about that; it'll be fine.
So
it'll be easier.
I got up there. I put it up against the shoulder. Nowhere else for it to go. So I put it up against the shoulder. I looked at that. I pulled that trigger, and I could feel my body just go. But because I gave, and it didn't just, it wasn't terrible, but it was awful.
Right.
I put that thing down. I rubbed my shoulder. I grabbed that flag. I walked down there. I looked at the holes. My head cocked. I said, shit, that's good enough for 100 yards. I can't be shooting this son of a bitch for the next hour and go through 80 rounds. I brought that back. I go home, and then my fiance, now my wife, she's like, how'd you do? I go, I'm all right. And I says, but man, my shoulder, I had the biggest friggin' black and blue mark on my shoulder.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm thinking, I got to take this son of a bitch hunting. So I leave.
One shot.
I leave. Let's see. It would have been either Saturday or Sunday after Thanksgiving, because the first Monday after Thanksgiving is opening day of buck in Pennsylvania. I drove like the 3+ hours to the farm. My grandfather, who at that time was ill and in a home, and I was the only one there. So I go to the camp, And I go inside and I'm sitting in there and it's just as quiet can be. And I'm like, well, let me turn the furnace on and get things going here. Couldn't get the furnace on, just couldn't get it to feed, all kinds of problems. So his niece was across the street. When when you're on a farm across the street, it's really not like you leave your house and walk across the street. You gotta walk a bit. But so I drove over. Down the road, yeah, it's down the road. So they come over and we couldn't get it going. She's like, well, you're staying at the house anyway. Come have supper with us and blah, 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 blah. So I go over there and have some supper or whatever. And she goes, now I'm going to make you a bed and you and, Buzz go out in the morning. I'll have breakfast for you and all. And I just said, you know what? I'm going home. And she's like, what do you mean you're going home? You drove all the way out here. I go, one, Grandpap isn't here. And I said, it's not the same without him. And then, of course, my uncle didn't come. So I guess I was the only one there. And I just said, you know what? Nope. I'm going to go lock the place up and drive back. So around 10 o'clock, I got back into Pittsburgh. And my wife's like, what are you doing here? And I said, long story short is, I go, Grandpap wasn't there. No one else was there. It just wasn't hunting without him. I haven't went since. Wow. Now I've got things behind me. I can get my license here in Nevada.
He's still afraid of that rifle kick.
I don't have that anymore. I took that thing to the gun shop. I sold it.
Exactly.
That's the thing. I mean, you can get afraid of that kick from the range, but once you have a deer in your sights and that adrenaline, you don't feel that kick whatsoever.
It's worse.
Let me tell you something. Well, I didn't want to even chance it. Again.
It's bad enough shooting that easy shooting rifle when you get that buck fever. If you got something that's really gonna kick, it's twice as bad.
So what's funny?
I mean, 30-06. I felt it on the range, but once I had a deer in the sights, I don't feel it at all once I shoot.
Let me just say this. It's been a few years, but I was in my garage looking for something. And you know how you find stuff. Oh, shit, I forgot about that. I found this box. In there were some 30-30 shells still in the box, Remington. Price tag on them was like $10.99 for 20.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
I know. They're like almost $50 now. Anyway.
Right, yeah.
And in there was a full box, 444. And I'm like, I forgot I even had them.
You're like, I don't want to see these again.
Yeah.
Dude, those things must be this long, as thick as your thumb.
Oh, yeah, they're huge, man.
You ever watch the channel Kentucky Ballistics?
Oh, some of those things they shoot.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's shooting at 700 H&H, the elephant gun.
Yeah.
Oh. How would they bring down? I mean, people would shoot them.
Or like an 8-gauge, Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Unbelievable.
They used to shoot those punt guns. It was an 8-gauge shotgun. They'd strap it to the front of the boat when they were hunting ducks.
That shit's illegal, isn't it?
They would call the ducks in, and right before the ducks would hit the water,
they got the whole
It was like a cannon. They just pull the string on it. It'd be like, yeah, exactly.
The scooter hanging in the background or what?
It was an 8-gauge shotgun
in there.
Hey, did it push the boat back?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, it would. Yeah, you better be holding on when they pull that string. Yeah. Throw you out the boat if you didn't watch it.
Scott was in chat. Is he hanging out in the background or?
I know they used
private chat.
I don't know.
I don't know.
He could be.
He
says
he was in private chat.
I didn't know. Didn't even hear the ding.
That's right,
Scott.
There he is.
What's up, Scott?
I wasn't in the back nearly
So,
as long
Scott,
as
you
I
were
left
1
Dan
for
in the
1
back,
for the
so it's
weekend.
fine.
1
That's
on 1.
true.
You were waiting for the snack tray. You were back there so long.
All right.
The green
He was
refreshments.
back there about 3 minutes. All right.
No, I was
Yeah.
less than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I didn't. Normally, it makes a noise, and I'm like, I didn't hear anything.
How about that Jordan Love 300 yards and 2
Well, they
touchdowns?
did that earlier with me. I
Good
sat
game.
back there for about 3 or 4 minutes. And finally, John said, "Hey, Tim's in the back."
Like Kenny Clark saved the bacon at the end too. So
Might have lost our running back for the year, but
he sounds actually. It sounds like he might not be that bad.
okay, well, that's good.
He's gonna have an MRI tomorrow, but apparently his ACL's fine.
Okay.
Well, that's good.
It didn't look good.
Man, I hate y'all.
Yeah, but he was talking after the game, and he was in a pretty good mood.
I don't think he plays Thursday.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, the Bears should have won that game, by the way, but they freaking jumped it away at the end.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Dustin? They'll just have to get over it.
Well, it's like watches too. I know Dustin's in that one too. And Ken got me watching what was it, Archie's channel?
Yeah.
With the watches now too. So
yeah,
I used to be into
I'm a
watches, but man, watches just got crazy. Man,
I'll just deal with if I need to look what time it is. I got a phone in my pocket.
Yeah. I do too, but guess what? I still wear everywhere.
Well, I don't have mine on today.
Yeah, my watch is literally my phone in my pocket is what my watch is.
Yeah. And the bad thing, I cannot.
I cannot
but,
have a watch.
You know, since I've been working at the power plant, I can't wear a watch at work. So I just got to wear. I don't wear. I mean, I've still got a couple of nice ones that I wear that I have in the safe, but I'm not collecting.
I was gonna say I have one watch. It's in the safe.
They don't want you to know what time it is at the plant.
I got a Breitling Super Avenger and I got a Breitling Heritage.
Fancy.
I cannot be without a watch, even though I carry a phone. I'm one of them people that
it feels weird. I really miss having something on my wrist.
Yep.
But, I mean, I wear them on the weekends.
Price of some of those watches compared to a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
I used to carry around a Breitling until I had it. I cracked the crystal and I said, "That's the last time I'm wearing a watch."
Well, it happens.
That was an expensive crack.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've got 2 Breitlings. Those are only 2 high-end watches I have.
Yeah.
I come close once or twice to getting a couple of those, and I never did.
The first one I got,
I had a couple of really cool fossil ones, but that was 25 years ago.
Yeah.
The second one I bought, I bet I've only worn it twice. It's been sitting in the safe for years now.
Watches like that they call holy grails. So the one I have is an Oris.
Oh,
and
yeah, the Oris. Yeah, those are nice.
My wife bought me that when we were in the Bahamas for an anniversary gift in like 2000.
I got both of them in the Bahamas.
They'll sell you jewelry and watches in the Bahamas for sure on the cruise ship.
Yeah.
I'm trying to sell all
that's where I got both of mine was in the Bahamas at the
duty free.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey man, you want to buy a watch?
And the cool thing is, if you're smart, you'll put on your customs form, you'll just put watch.
What was the movie with Chris Elliott and David Letterman? It's like, hey, you want to buy a monkey?
Cabin boy.
Yeah,
you know what?
Well,
they never asked me boo when I came back. The only thing is that I totally forgot, and I know they hear this a million times, but I did. In my breast pocket of my jacket, I had about maybe a half dozen Cuban cigars that I had purchased. And I just put them in my pocket. So we were coming through or whatever, and when I went, I went, oh my gosh. So I laid them out. I said, look, I know you hear this. I go, I totally forgot. Here you go. Take them. He picks them up. He goes, oh, these are pretty good sticks. I go, yeah. I says, but I go, be honest with you, wasn't worth the price I paid, but at least I could say I had them because I said there's stuff in the Dominican and everything else that's a lot better. I go, but you know, it is what it is. I says, but I'm sorry. I says, so do what you want with them.
Yeah, Richie. Cheers,
He
Richie.
handed them back to me and said,
Yeah.
have a nice day.
Yeah.
And I'm
Enjoy them. Nice.
like, what?
Nice.
You know, I'm like, what? And he's like,
I've had a box of them in my luggage, and the customs agent.
Cheers,
would be
Richie.
like, oh, that's nice. You have a great day. Just let them go.
Oh, that was like our customs agent when we came in this year.
Mm-hmm.
And declared the excess alcohol, and he goes, how much you got? Oh, 5 bottles.
7,000 samples.
I didn't say each over, but he's gone,
right.
oh, you go home and enjoy those bottles.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you're like, thank you, I shall. But, you know, like
a lot of times if you're cool, they're cool.
Well,
exactly.
like he told me, he goes,
With
you don't have a
Australian
duffel
customs,
bag full.
there's so much other stuff at the moment which they're more focused on for
Yeah, exactly.
a couple of bottles of alcohol, even though the amount of money which I'd make on it if they turned around and sat down and then worked it out, it's too much screwing around for
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, it's tobacco and food product and
exactly. Stuff they want to keep out.
Yeah. Foot and mouth at the moment, which is the really big
That's
thing.
right.
So alcohol's not a big concern to them.
Cocaine.
Yeah, we haven't had a scare of that in a minute here, but it's been around.
So we had a big one up in Indonesia last year, and so it's if you've been to a farm in the last 30 days and you've walked around a farm, go to that Lyle.
Yep.
We're going to go through everything that you've got with a fine tooth comb.
Shoot.
Without a doubt. Man, this is. I'm glad I poured that. Actually, I poured a little more in there while I was waiting for the computer to reboot earlier. The Highland Park cast strength.
Oh, cast strength, yes.
Yeah, I was waiting for it, and I thought, well, I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah, I'm emptying. It's work morning, so I'm gonna head out here, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
All right.
Good
Good night,
time.
Mark.
Mark,
See you
thanks
around.
for hanging out with us, brother.
No problem.
Appreciate
Guys, have
you.
a good one.
Have a good night.
Have a good one, Mark.
See ya.
See you, Mark.
So, everybody that's sitting here on panel, don't go far. I'm going to end the actual live stream and do our little after chit chat here.
You've been going along for a long time.
4 hours and 7 minutes.
4 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that's a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, that's Scott goes, how do you do that long?
How?
Shut up.
Got a lot of content.
That's my
I got worried because I saw like
Got a
Trish's
lot of
thumbnail. I'm like,
content.
oh wait, Trish's thumbnail is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
But
that'll be
anyway,
fun tomorrow night.
Game man.
everyone in chat, thanks for popping in. Everybody on the panel, appreciate you. Thanks for all the likes and the subscriptions.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate everybody. Look forward to seeing you. I won't be on this coming Sunday. Got family floating around here, so I'm just gonna take it easy on Sunday and take a day off. But I will see you all the following Sunday, or who knows whose stream I'll pop up on. But that
Good night,
being
Isaiah.
said, cheers, everyone. In
Come and
chat.
join in, Richie.
Have a good night. I will see you all in 2 weeks. Cheers.
Cheers, Anthony.
Cheers, everyone.
Okay.